Good morning, everybody. I'm Mikako Mizuno, composer, musicologist, and general organizer of Meta-Xenakis Japan leg. Now we are going to start the Japanese leg of Meta-Xenakis Global Symposium. I'm now speaking in Nagoya. We are happy to host you for the Meta-Xenakis Global Symposium Japanese leg in Nagoya. This is the first global symposium focused on Yanis Xenakis in Japan. We feel much exciting to meet with all of you, but it's difficult to come into Japan from outside under COVID-19. So we, Meta-Xenakis Japanese team, decided to host the symposium in completely online style. Meta-Xenakis Symposium is running a global marathon over 41 hours, spanning 3 continents and 5 countries: France, United States, Japan, here in Nagoya, Greece, and Mexico. Nagoya is given the honor to be the 3rd location for this global symposium. But I'm afraid Nagoya is not so globally known. So first of all, I'd like to present the city of Nagoya to all our global friends. Located on the Pacific coast on central Honshu, Nagoya is the capital and the most populous city of Aichi Prefecture and is one of Japan's major ports along with Yokohama, Tokyo, Osaka, Kobe. Nagoya was urbanized in the 17th century when people have moved in from Kiyosu town. In the World War II, the city was seriously destroyed. But the restoration after the World War II was marvelous, and now Nagoya is known as a sustainable, safe city. Nagoya has various types of traditional industrial design. Toyota cars started in Nagoya, Ichinomiya weaving, Suzuki violin, Arimas textile fabrication. The mechanical door has been succeeded since the Edo era as a traditional entertainment. Let's see. Before COVID-19, Nagoya has hosted many international conferences and art festivals, including Design Expo in 1989, World Exhibition in 2005, as the Second World War exhibition in Japan after Osaka Expo 1970. In 2017, we hosted the Electroacoustic Music Studies, EMS, in Nagoya City University. We also have 5 times of Aichi Triennale Festival as contemporary arts since 2010, which curated cutting-edge art pieces and performances. Just now, we are enjoying the Aichi 2022 Festival, which succeeds the Aichi Triennale. Nagoya City University. I'm now working on hosting the symposium in Nagoya City University, School of Design and Architecture. The School of Design and Architecture, SDA, as an educational research institute which aims to explore designs for the future society, with fundamental focus on human ability, understanding in technology and sensitivity. School is one of the few in Japan which contains the term design and architecture and hence operates with awareness that its work can contribute to the new age with great importance. Design provides rationality and order to something that had been overlooked by the society and gives new meanings and functions. It transforms ambiguity into something real, and unseen into a seen, unsafe into safe, and old to new. SDA offers three main regions as informatics, industrial design, and architectural urban design. The educational programs offer media design, product design, filmmaking, digital fabrication, healthcare art, research of architectural heritage, and sound design. The sound design class covers audio-visual interaction design. This is a graphical interface of a piece titled Trace a City. This piece is created via ear mix software. The two photos of the large size have monumental architecture, and they are manually traced on the interface of the software, which makes sounds according to the composer's mapping system onto the audio parameters. Now, Meta-Xenakis Japan team. Our team started to work together since February 2021 and have kept discussing a new phase of Xenakis reception in Japan. Actually, in the several decades, more and more Japanese performers have challenged to Xenakis pieces, and several large-scale productions like music festivals or research meetings are now running in Japan, not only for celebrating the centennial, but also for succeeding Xenakis' musical thinking and his legacy to the next generation. In 2022, there have been several concerts thematizing Xenakis such as Calce Musico, Ichiro no Daira and Arditi Quartet, Nippon Philharmonic Orchestra, Suntory Summer Festival, Unitachi College of Music, Tokyo University of Arts, Japanese Society of Electronic Music, JSEM, Japanese Society of Sonic Arts, JSSA, Musicological Society of Japan, MSJ, and so on. Meta-Xenakis Japan team is accentuating the recent strand of Xenakis lovers and trying to cover the archival materials concerning Xenakis reception in Japan from 1960s to today. Our team's kickoff presentation, realized in July 2021, gave the first information about UP Sketch to Japan. UP Sketch presentation by Sharon Koenig and Rudolf Bulo attracted Japanese researchers, musicians, and educators. Meta-Xenakis Japan team have made several levels of workshops since 2021. Workshop for university students whose specialties diversify from architecture, design, programming to music, high school students, and professional musicians. One of the participants in the UP Sketch workshop in MCA, which was held on May 29, Xenakis' birthday, got the second prize in category C in the first UP Sketch competition. Her name is Ayako Sato, excellent composer of electroacoustic music. Her sense of catching the trends and creative energy is always revealing something special and mesmerizing people. A concert in collaboration with JSEM featuring the prize winners' pieces will be held next December in Tokyo. I will make a short interview to Ms. Sato in the concert. Kuniko Kato, a member of Meta-Xenakis Japan team and an outstanding percussionist, has been expanding several concerts focusing on Xenakis. The exciting concert with dancers, titled Xenakis and Dance, and realized in Saitama in May 2022, was much more outstanding because the term dance means not only contemporary dance, but the traditional Japanese no dance called mai. Nobuo Nakasho, professional performer of no Panzeryu Shitekata, danced with ribbons. Schedule and videos for break time. Meta-Xenakis Symposium, Japanese Live, presents one keynote lecture, 5 paper presentation, 1 workshop report, and 3 lecture performances. The topics cover from the direct communication with Xenakis to the newly developed interdisciplinary researches and performances under Xenakis thought. The speakers are composers, architects, performers, musicologists, media architect, and software engineer. The keynote speaker, Takehito Shimazu, Professor Emeritus at Fukushima University, worked at the electronic studio of the Technical University of Berlin, ECOM, INA JFM, and Les Ateliers UPIC. His lecture will lead us from the Xenakis comprehensive philosophy to the future possibilities of music creation and education. Following the keynote speech by Professor Takehito Shimazu, the first session has 2 paper presentations. Each presentation has 20 minutes, followed by 10 minutes of question and answer. Keynote speech and lecture performance goes on 45 minutes or more. Some presenters have no time for question and answer. If you want to communicate with the presenters, please write an email directly to the presenters. Any question or comments can be written in the chat space of the Zoom during the presentation or just after the presentation. Of course, any oral statements will be welcomed during the question and answer time. After 15 minutes coffee break, the second section starts. At noon, we have the lunch break of 1 hour. The third session comes 1 p.m. In the afternoon, we have 1 break time of 15 minutes. During the coffee breaks and lunch breaks, we unfortunately can serve you neither coffee nor lunch from Nagoya. So we present excellent performance videos. We prepare 3 videos for break. The first one is Kuniko Kato. Kuniko Kato plays metal only by herself. This video is multi-recorded solo and makes an enormous ensemble of 6 players. The second one is Conrad Harris. Conrad Harris plays Mika, and in you mix them with the graphical images. The third one is a kind of teaser. Yoshihisa Suzuki and Yota Murai created a short movie for promoting Meta-Xenakis and featuring the UP sketch workshop with the university students. This is very short, 30 seconds. Now, our team is very pleased to serve for the Global Symposium as the highlight of our team activities. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm Mikako Mizuno. Now, Just now, we are starting the Japan leg. First, the keynote speech by Takehito Shimazu, The Future of Creation and Education Seen Through UPIC. Let's go.
Good morning. My name is Takehito Shimazu, a Japanese composer. I would like to start the Meta-Xenakis Japan Symposium 2022 with my keynote speech. The title of my speech is The Future of Creation and Education Seen Through UPIC. This is a part of score of my first piece for UPIC, Monody 4. In the summer of 1990, I attended the seminar at the Atelier UPIC, and there I produced this piece. On the details of my pieces for UPIC, I'll mention now. You can see as the part written by me in book UPIC to Graphic Notation Today, edited in 2020 by ZM, Center for Art and Media Karlsruhe. Originally, the purpose of this short seminar in 1990 was not to create works, but I could get 4 days for my own creation. The reason why I could realize my composition, I think, that man could easily and speedy to realize his ideas into his creation by means of this system. It could be called truly a dream device. And then, as the source of this piece, I chose the sampling sound I had, rather than using the sources within the UPIC system, because the sound sources built into the system were supposed to sound the same as other composers' works using them. However, to produce my piece using this system was a sudden idea, so I didn't prepare any materials in particular for that purpose. At that time, I had a CD of my own works with me, so I chose one sound from a 1 minute long piece I made for the opening of a cable TV program that was becoming popular in Japan at that time. Cable TV is like YouTube today, and it was one of the two-way communication systems that was expected to be widely used in the close future. This piece for the cable TV, titled Artistic Vision, is a 2 minutes 15-second work in which the first phrase of a Japanese work sung by a baritone singer was electronically reformed, reaching a mechanical electronic sound and finally returning to the original voice. Let's hear the actual sound. I sampled as the sound source of my piece for UPIC. That's a long tone of just the beginning of this piece. The singer was Mr. Yoshiaki Takezawa, a friend of mine, who taught vocal music at the same university as me. His rich and deep voice was enough to inspire creativity on its own. But I picked up only one cycle, namely 1 Hz of his voice, and the sound was resynthesized from the 1 cycle level waveform using FFT, namely fast Fourier transform. One of the excellent functions of the UPIC system showed at the workshop. It was like creating a clone of a voice, artificially proliferating from a thin sound cell. That's why I named the sound source material of this work a voice cell. I don't have a UPIC at hand, so I'll use my sound editing application to simulate the process. This is a clip of the first part of the sound source of this piece. Then enlarge it and set it so that you can see the smallest waveform. Choose one cycle from this waveform. In this case, you can see the 2 peaks are periodic. Cut it, copy it to a new file, and copy it over the new file. You will repeat this process. It sounds like this. This way, you can get a new sound source. The UPIC system could automatically make this to the required length. Each of the various sound editing techniques using UPIC presented in the workshop was a fascinating way to simulate creativity. I believe it was inevitable that the charm of this system would lead me to creation rather than learning. That being said, I think I was the only one of the 10 or so participants in the workshop at the time who managed to create music. I always think that such positiveness or impudence are one of the necessary qualities as a composer. Around the time of this seminar, I also participated in the workshops at ILCAM and ENA-JLM in Paris at the time. Therefore, I understood the differences between those facilities well. About this, I wrote a report in my article Computer Music in Paris in the music magazine 音楽芸術 issued August 1990, which was widely read by Japanese composers at the time. Of these 3 facilities, the Studio UPIC in French Les Ateliers UPIC and ENA-JLM were the ones that were able to create works or materials that lead to works. ILCAM was the most specialized of these 3 and was a comprehensive electronic technology and music center with many facilities and multi-talented staffs in the basement of the Center Pompidou. A comprehensive contemporary art facility that looked like something out of a 007 movie. But there, workshop participants were not allowed to exceed the participation stipulation of learning experiences only. I didn't have enough skills and knowledge to make works using such high-level facilities. In that aspect, the other two facilities were small facilities with several rooms, mainly for music production. So it could be said that there was a high degree of creative freedom. It must have been a so-called small town facility. I always feel that creation is a very luxury and selfish act. For me, Les Ateliers UPIC was a unique facility in terms of being able to answer those selfish questions. As for about the inner JLM to say, the music production method here is analog-like and easy to get into, but it seems like an extension of the tape music I did at home. And I feel it's a little lacking in freshness for me, for someone like me, who focused on the act of composing music. I could say that UPIC Studio was just the right amount of fun for me to learn advanced information processing knowledge and sound editing techniques. For the musical construction of Monody 4, I thought to avoid the way many people would have done when faced with an input device like the drafting table of the time. In other words, I was able to imagine many people drawing various figures one after another with straight lines and free lines on the table. In particular, the square that combines straight lines with various angles made me imagine the appearance of Xenakis' work. I sensed his personality in the system that Xenakis came up with. And then what came to mind was the experience of composer Yoriaki Matsudaira, who participated in the first UPIC workshop in Yokohama, Japan. He said he tried drawing a bunch of lines on the top corner of the table, but it didn't sound as interesting as he thought. The idea that seeking this corner edge would not make it look like Xenakis' work gave me a great hint. That is to say, if I could expand the world, that is, the possibility that could be created by using UPIC by creative works, I thought that I could give back to the Atelier UPIC that gave me such opportunity. So I focused on giving the lines the depths. For the outside scenery, I tried to create a world with a lot of open space using a brush, like a Japanese painting drawn with the technique of calligraphy. The sound material used was a method that gradually deforms the musical outline by assigning the sound which had created from one cycle to each line segment, called arc, adding depth and thickness, changes in timbre, etc. As one sound grew, it passed through the melody of shakkyo of no theater music, and finally developed into a sound with violent and sudden inflections like gidayu, that also one of Japanese traditional music. The shakkyo, in English stone bridge, in the no theater song was a theme that I had been researching a lot for the Japanese musical instrument work just before that. In 1988, the piece of my composition of the same name, shakkyo for 17-string koto, had been awarded the Agency of Culture Affairs Creative Encouragement Special Award. The terms of how the sound develops, I took the process that I made extensive use of the so-called copy and paste that I was used to using on a computer, gradually adding thickness to a single line and heading towards polyphonic music, like the history of music had traced. Of course, in order to deal with the poverty of such sounds, I also created percussive waveforms with sound sources called vocal cells, and added low notes with spaced accents used in gagak, namely Japanese traditional court music, to give the sound a range. At first, I composed it as music for Yupik solo, but in the following year, I also composed a version monody for A with percussion parts, and this form of performance has increased in number. A new concept has been added to the version that added live instruments, using percussion instruments as human beings. Yupik resounded like the environment surrounding him. In other words, I composed the piece with the image of a percussion solo accompanied by a vocal chorus. I will show you a part of the sheet music with sound, but before then, I will present to you a schematic of the setup. I used only 7 tom-toms as percussion instruments. A microphone was also set to capture the voice of the performer. The sound of Yupik was played by DAT, and it was a simple thing that it was mixed with a voice that had passed through the reverberator on the way, and the mixed sound were output from the speakers. Please listen to the first 4.5 minutes of this work. The evaluation of this work was I suppose, unexpectedly high, and in 1993, I was entrusted with the production of a new work by CC Mix, and the second piece, Illusion in Desolate Fields for UPIC solo, has been completed at the studio. This work was originally created for UPIC solo, but like the previous Mono D4, by combining it with other live instruments, it became an instrumental piece accompanied by electronic sound, rather than a so-called reproduction of tape music. And I decided to give the visuals and live performance to this sound, which were lacking in the reproduction of the tape music. The new composition, Illusion, was originally also created as a live performance piece for UPIC, but in the following year, in 1994, it was made into a work that combined the shamisen, Japanese traditional instrument. In this work also, the shamisen was linked to a traveler, and the UPIC sound was set like the natural environment that surrounded him. This work is based on the last haiku of Matsuo Basho, a Japanese haiku poet in the Edo period. The poet is, being sickness of travel, dreamland through desolate fields. The traveler is the Basho. This work is honored to be included in this album, CC Mix Paris, Xenakis, UPIC Continuum, published by Mode, 2001. In this work, Kazuko Takada, a very talented shamisen player, performed. Although she was a solist of traditional music, but it was a valuable experience for me that she could participate in such new music. Sadly, she passed away 6 years after this CD was published. This is a schematic of the setup of this piece. Please listen to a part of the piece with the score. I said that the original piece for illusion was made for live performance, but I think this needs a little more explanation. The UPIC system could also be used likely as a playing instrument. So to say, I was able to perform improvisationally by tracing the time axis on figures of the UPIC's table created in advance. In fact, the sound of UPIC solo, to which the shamisen was later added, uses a fixed or recorded version of such a performance. I would also like to mention a few about the educational value of the UPIC system. In this way, the attractive appearance and visual depiction of the UPIC system cause acoustic phenomena as they are, lowering the wall of composing and allowing children to compose as if they were painting. It was thought that it has been a dream device, not only for composers, but also for children. It was different from today's keyboards and other computer digital input methods. Handwritten figures were scanned and input, and the method was a combination of digital and analogical methods. For those who used it, it was a system that could convert visual sensations directly into auditory sensations in a very natural and smooth manner. A system could also be defined as something that allows children to be released from heavy and difficult technology and to touch directly and concentrate on the creation itself. Having majored in education at a Japanese university, an educational perspective has always been essential to my musical activities. Its appearance was very effective in arousing the interest of children. The table was similar to the so-called drawing board, used for sketching paintings, and was extremely easy to get into. But it was never incorporated into popular teaching methods. It may be the peculiarity of this system, but especially the system up to the 1990s seems to have a rather complicated structure. I remember that UPIC used two computer systems. I will show you the photos under the production with UPIC. I think this photo was taken during the production of Illusion in 1993. You would see that there were two computer monitors. At the time of this photo shoot, I was still in my early 40s. In 2008, I had the opportunity to work at CC Mix's studio in Romainville, Paris. What I could see there was that the table was gone and the new version of UPIC had only a PC application. I remember feeling like I had lost the most important element of something. Let's get back to education. In order to use this system for education, I think it was necessary to develop it in terms of software rather than hardware, so that it could be installed in a more compact computer system. In the 2000s, as software, we see that EEST and in recent years, UPI Sketch are being distributed free of charge. I think that this makes us feel of potential inherent in this system, and that it is a movement that suggests the future of education. However, in Japan, I'm afraid there is a bigger problem in introducing this system into education. I think one of the reasons is the lack of interest in new music among educators in the field. However, there could be teachers who, if they had enough time, even incorporate creative education or even composition into their education. But in many cases, I think that new music could only be taken up as appreciation of music at the actual educational site. Music classes in school could be mostly about singing, and then it might be fair to say that there could be only playing an instrument and playing together. The main reason could be that the most ignorant of science in elementary and junior high school would be the music teacher, and it could seem that there are many teachers who are bad even in music history and theory. Let's leave the pursuit of issues that would be likely to lead to problems in the country's education system. Finally, I would like to talk about the future that Mr. Xenakis might also have dreamed through UPIC. Although I have already mentioned the educational potential of UPIC, the descendants of UPIC today are already software or application level systems, and are likely to be in a situation where more people can get involved. I don't know if Mr. Xenakis himself expected this kind of expansion, but since Xenakis had always had a strong interest in creative education for children, I imagine that he dreams that it goes beyond the world of electroacoustic and it is used widely in children's creative activities, becoming a tool that can be used by anyone. As the UBIC system showed us, it is conceivable that collaboration with the visual world accompanied by graphics would continue to expand its possibilities. I would like to close this speech while thinking that I would like to cherish the time that I myself can participate in real time in such a future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Shima's very, very important speech that characterizes our Symposium Japan leg. And also it includes indication about Xenakis' dream. That's very nice. I myself was stimulated and inspired in 1990s to know the pieces of Professor Shimazu and the electronic sounds. His sounds is very stipulated for me, and it's very nice for me. And I never heard at that time that kind of sounds. Thank you very much, Mr. Shimazu. Thank you very much. Actually, we don't have question and answer time for keynote lecture, but everyone to break hands. Thank you very much. But we will have some communication time for a breakout room in coffee time and lunch time. We have breakout room, so you can communicate with Professor Shimazu. And also you can directly contact with the professor, I think. Thank you very much. Now let's move on to the first presentation of the session 1 by Professor Lon Skibus. Professor Lon Skibus, the title is Xenakis' Free Stochastic Music Program as an Aid to Analysis.
I would like to thank Sharon Kanak, Mikako Mizuno, and the Program Committee for the opportunity to present on Xenakis' music today. The title of my presentation is Xenakis' Free Stochastic Music Program as an Aid to Analysis. My name is Ron Squibbs, and I am Associate Professor of Music Theory at the University of Connecticut. In this presentation, I aim to do the following: to introduce Xenakis' stochastic music program, both its history and what it does, to explain how the code for the program became available to the general public, to discuss the challenges involved in and opportunities for running the program today, to present a sample of music composed based on a recent run of the program, to examine a brief passage from Xenakis' Attraits, informed by practical experience with the program, and to consider possible directions for future research on the program and on the works Xenakis composed with it. Xenakis' program, Free Stochastic Music, was a computerized implementation of probability-based compositional procedures he had previously calculated by hand in the composition of works such as Achorypsis for chamber orchestra from 1956 to 57, and in portions of Pitaprakta for orchestra from 1955 to 56. The program allowed for a more thorough implementation of his ideas than had been possible previously, and was used in the creation of 5 works that have remained classics of computer-assisted composition. The title of each of these works indicates that it was composed using data generated by the stochastic program, ST, and the date on which the data was generated. For ST48, for example, the sequence of numbers 1-240162 indicates that the work was based on the first set of data generated on the 24th of January, 1962. The sequences of integers in the titles of the works as a group show that the data for them was generated between January and September of 1962, with Athens being the last work in the series. The stochastic music program produces numerically encoded notation for sections of music which, within the program, are termed sequences. In finished compositions, the sequences may follow one another in order, or the composer may choose to select from among them, to reorder them, or to combine them by presenting their contents simultaneously. The length of the sequence and the number of sounds it will contain are calculated first, with the specific properties of the sounds to be filled in afterward. The number of sounds per second, which Xenakis terms density, provides a quantitative measure of the texture in a sequence. Instrumentation of the sequence is determined. Within the ensemble defined for a specific composition, the instrumentation varies as a function of the sequence's density. Controls are implemented so that the density, and therefore the instrumentation, varies gradually from sequence to sequence. This regulation of the changes in density represents a difference from the approach taken in achorypsis, for example, in which the changes in textural density were sometimes quite sharp. Sudden changes in density can add drama to a composition and can also help to delineate a work's form as it unfolds in time. Gradual transitions in density can help the sequences blend into one another if the order of the calculated sequences is maintained, but it can also have the effect of limiting opportunities for structural drama. Next 6 functions determine the qualities of an individual note: the time at which it begins, the instrument on which it is played, its pitch if it is a pitched instrument, if the instrument produces glissandi, the characteristics of the glissando, the duration of the sound, and the dynamics of the note, which may be steady or changing. Further notes in the sequence are produced until its time limit is reached. Then the program moves on to the next sequence and repeats the process until the last sequence is complete. The program terminates when 50 sequences have been completed or when it reaches a specified time limit or number of notes. The stochastic music program was run at IBM France in 1962, where Xenakis was granted a limited amount of computing time. The computer was an IBM 7090 mainframe, a model that was produced between 1959 and 1969. It was a multi-million-dollar state-of-the-art computer system. A description from an IBM technical fact sheet from 1960 reads in part, quote, "As a scientific computing system, the 7090 will greatly speed the design of missiles, jet engines, nuclear reactors, and supersonic aircraft," unquote. This computer was also used by NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, in the early Mercury and Gemini human spaceflight programs. The language used at that time was Fortran, which was the first computer language to achieve wide distribution. The version used was Fortran 2, which received input data from magnetic tape. Tape reels are visible at the top of the unit in the illustration on the right of the slide. Xenakis published the code for the stochastic music program, either in part or in full, several times during the 1960s and 70s. Publication began in the French edition of his major treatise, Musique formelle, in 1963. This was followed by the translation of a chapter from that book into German and English in the Swiss periodical Gravesaner Blätter in 1965. Most complete publication occurred in the first English edition of Formalized Music in 1971 and was reprinted in the second edition of 1992. Between the publications of the 1960s and the later ones, the program had been updated from Fortran 2 to Fortran 4. Fortunately for us, the architecture of Fortran 4 remained essentially intact in the next major update, Fortran 77, which runs on most modern Fortran compilers. In addition to the code for the program, Xenakis included charts regarding instrumentation, dynamics, and texture that are essential for interpreting the program's output. Excerpts from these charts and from the program's output will be the subject of the next few slides. Stochastic music relies upon a precise classification of timbres and the instruments that produce them. This slide shows a portion of the list of timbres and instruments for attrait, as shown in Formalized Music. I call your attention to Class 5, glissando. This class identifies a type of articulation that requires instruments that are capable of performing it, in this case the violin, cello, and trombone. Some instruments appear in multiple timbre classes, which are not shown here for reasons of space. For example, the violin also appears in the following classes: tremolo, plucked strings, struck strings, that is col legno, and bowed strings. To the right of the excerpt, the instruments within the classes are numbered. The classes and instrument numbers are used by free stochastic music to identify the performing forces for the notes that form the main portion of the program's output. Pieces of information encoded into the input data for free stochastic music are probabilities of the occurrence of specific instruments within each timbre class. The probabilities displayed in the program's output are demonstrated in this slide, which shows the probabilities for instruments in classes 4 and 5. Class 4 represents the clarinets, in which the likelihood that the program will choose a note for B-flat clarinet is 60%, while the likelihood that it will choose a note for bass clarinet is 40%. These are the values shown as Pn at the right of each line of output. Represents glissando sounds in which the likelihood that the violin or cello will be chosen is 40% each, followed by the trombone with a likelihood of 20%. Other properties of the instruments are shown in the output as well, including their minimum and maximum pitch levels, shown as the values for HA min and HA max at the left of each line following the instrument number. Values for HB min and HB max are used for some instruments, but not for the clarinets or the instruments that produce glissando sounds. The reference pitch, 0, is equivalent to the lowest note on the piano, A0. Finally, each instrument has a maximum duration for notes produced on it. The durations are measured in seconds and represent realistic limits on performance practice, such as the length of breaths on wind or brass instruments or bow strokes on string instruments. The variable name for this property is Gn. Xenakis quantified textural density in terms of the number of sounds per second on average. The minimum density that he allowed for attrait was 0.05 sounds per second, which is equivalent to 1 sound every 20 seconds. He then constructed a logarithmic scale of densities using E, the base of the natural logarithm, approximately 2.71, as the base for the scale. The exponent for E varies from 0 to 6 7 levels of density are produced, as shown in the list at the bottom of the slide. It should be noted that these density levels are thresholds and not rigidly applied categories. The actual densities produced by the free stochastic music program vary continuously between these thresholds. Free stochastic music program. The probabilities that instruments belonging to the 12 timbral classes will be chosen varies as a function of density. The excerpt from the program output on this slide shows the probability of the occurrence of sounds in 2 classes, Class 1, percussion, and Class 2, horn, when the texture is at a given level of density. Note that the probabilities do not vary in a predictable pattern from level to level. This is because these probabilities are assigned by the composer as part of the compositional process, likely chosen in order to generate a complex and varied instrumentation rather than a steady increase or decrease in probability for each timbre. The general properties of a section have been determined, such as its length, the number of notes it will contain, and the probabilities of the timbres it will contain. The program moves on to determine the characteristics of the section's individual notes. The image on this slide is an annotated note list for the first section of the output from a run of the free stochastic music program from July 1st, 2022. The timestamp, which is included in the image of the output here, is not included in the output of the original program. I have included it here for my own record keeping, and also because it is in the spirit of the subtitles of the ST works that Xenakis composed with the program, which specify the day of the program run. Below the timestamp are some notations in red that are not part of the program output, but are explanations of the variables immediately below. JW is the name given to the number of the section, or sequence as it is called in the program. To the right of this is the duration of the section, A, in seconds. For this section, the duration is 77.21 seconds, or just over 1 minute, 17 seconds. The number of notes, NA, follows. The number of notes in this section is 12. It is possible to divide the number of notes, NA, by the duration, A, to obtain the density of the section. Here, 12 divided by 77.21 is 0.155, as shown in the text above the image. The set of probabilities for the timbral classes, Q parentheses I, read Q of I, is displayed next. The probabilities are listed between pairs of slashes representing classes 1 through 12, reading from left to right. As mentioned previously, these probabilities vary as a function of density. In this case, actual density of the section, 0.155, is quite close to the threshold density for level 2, 0.14, whose Q of I probabilities are shown in the text above the image. Not surprisingly, the observed distribution for Q of I for this section, shown below the expected Q of I, are reasonably close to those for level 2. The Q of I values for this section lead us to expect. The probabilities for class 5 glissando sounds and for class 10 trumpet stand out at 0.32 and 0.14 respectively. A glance at the note list will show that these timbres are represented 3 times each, which works out to an actual distribution of 0.25 for both classes. Rough approximations to the expected probabilities are typical, especially for small data samples, such as we have here. This slide shows the beginning of a transcription of the data from the note list in the previous slide. The complete transcription is 29 measures long, of which the first 6 are shown here. The excerpt shows 2 notes in the trumpet, A3 and D4, followed by a pedal tone on A1 in the tenor trombone. These steady pitches are followed by a glissando on the violin and a roll on the maracas. An audio rendering of the score sounds like this. I wish to acknowledge help with the audio rendering from composer and former student Martin Habel, who was able to achieve better results using specialized plugins to Sibelius than I was able to achieve by using the standard instruments in Finale. As a comparison to the newly synthesized music, the next slide shows an excerpt from the first movement of Xenakis' Attrait. The audio clip is from the recording by Instrumental Ensemble of Contemporary Music in Paris, conducted by Konstantin Simonovich. Once again, the texture is quite spare. This time, however, the excerpt contains one very short section and the beginning of a longer one. One thing to notice here is that in the third measure, a glissando begins in the cello and is then continued in the violin. It is likely that the program output showed a calculation for a glissando in either violin or cello, and that in the process of transcription into musical notation, Xenakis divided the glissando between the instruments to facilitate its performance. This slide shows the expected versus observed distributions of the instrumental timbres for the 2 sections that comprise the first movement of Attrait. A quick comparison reveals that the profile of observed values resembles that of the expected values, even though the sample sizes are so small. For the first section, at a density of 0.5 sounds per second, the greatest number of sounds would be expected to occur in class 11, the trombone, shown in red. Even though there are 2 sounds in this section, both of them are from the trombone. For the second section, at a density of 0.23 sounds per second, the expected and observed distributions are likewise similar, at least for most of the timbral classes. More time would be required for a more detailed analysis of the similarities and differences across the classes. Along the lines of what has been demonstrated briefly here, using Attrait as a test case may confirm that the compositional implementation of timbres as a function of density remains fairly faithful to the expected distributions that are inscribed into the stochastic music program. Additionally, if the program output for Attrait exists, and if I am able to access it, it would be interesting to see if Xenakis followed it closely or modified it significantly as he transcribed it into musical notation. It would also be interesting to examine the input and output data for the other ST works if it is available. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Skips. Professor Skips, hi. Hello.
Hello, good morning to you.
Good morning. Good evening to you.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for a very nice presentation and very clear and understandable explanation of stochastic music and the application to the real music. And we can see also the normal music notation. So we can understand very much the Xenakis procedure and your own explanation. And is there any question in the Zoom audience or some other else? Or further comments by Professor? If no question, I have one small question.
Sure.
So very nice for me to understand. And one question is concerning timbre class, and instrument in the classes. And what is the number, instrument number? I don't understand the instrument number, the right side of the table. And I think class number is assigned to timbre, but how can the number in the instruments or the number of the right side of the table, could you explain some more?
Sure. So let's take, for example, the class of percussion instruments. There were 12 percussion instruments that Xenakis designated for this piece. So he assigned those numbers somewhat arbitrarily so that he would have something that the program could produce numerically to say, I want the sound to come from this instrument, right? As opposed to some other instrument. For many of the other timbre classes, horn, for example, there's only one horn in Athens. And so the number for that would be 1 by default.
Oh yeah, I see. I think it's very interesting for Xenakis. So calculating or computer coding and has some special or some incidental relationship between with the real instrument or musical practices. So as you explained, the output data indicates cello or violin, but in real score, cello and also violin in the high. That is a practical thinking of music, I think. Is it so?
Yes, and the nature of the calculation of the glissandi was different from the sounds that would be, relatively static sounds, normal pitches. And he actually calculated each glissando 3 different times. And so there are 3 columns devoted to that in the output. And among those, he would choose one of the 3 possible glissando calculations. But some of those numbers, for the pitch numbers on them, might be impractical for one instrument alone. So then he would rather freely transcribe that. And then, if he thought it sounded better for the glissando within a certain range to be for the cello and then for the violin to take over, he could do that. Or if it was going down, he might do the opposite.
So is it sometimes the case for Xenakis to think about the musical practical things from calculating computerized output to some music? Or as I mean, you are the specialist of Xenakis, so maybe not only stochastics, but also some other musical pieces of Xenakis. Is there any something between the mathematical things and musical things, the special connection or something?
So this, of course, is conjecture on my part. I wasn't there when he was composing it, but by working with the data myself and testing the limits of what would be possible, it seems that would be a practical solution. But on the general topic of his compositional ideas needing to be realized by physical instruments, I have heard this discussed at symposia in the past, that he acquainted himself with the physical properties and limitations of the instruments and sometimes had to make adaptations of his ideas so that the sounds could be realized. Doesn't mean that everything is easy to play, of course. He often liked to compose in ways that would be challenging for the performers, but he wanted things to be possible. So, yeah, so there's a tension and a sort of a dialectic between the ideal of the sound as imagined and then how to bring it into realization.
Dialectic, very nice words. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the audience? Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you so much to participate in this Zoom, and we are welcome you to our Japanese leg. And
yes, well, this is the closest I've come to visiting Japan. So
yes, thank you very much.
And I thank you for the opportunity. And maybe just briefly, I'll mention that as a pianist, I have performed and recorded the piano music of Joji Iwasa, who of course is a very eminent Japanese composer. And I was very happy to have that opportunity and to meet him when he visited New York.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. Thank you. Please come to Japan if you have the opportunity.
Yes. I'd love to. Yes, I'd love to. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to participate in this Zoom, Professor Skibus. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Bye.
Right.
Thank you. Okay. Next, could you move on to the next session, next speaker? Yes, so thank you very much. Next speaker is Ms. Ai Higashikawa. Ai Higashikawa, Tokyo University of the Arts. The title is Construction of Sound Synthesis and the Notion of Timbre in the Electroacoustic Music of Pierre Boulez in the early 1950s. Hello. Hello, Higashikawa-san. Could you make microphone on? Okay. Could you make louder your microphone?
This is okay.
Yeah, so that's better. That's much more. Much more. That's better. Could you use some headphone or microphone is okay. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. So please speak louder. Thank you very much. Yeah.
I'm glad to participate in this symposium. Thank you for Professor Mizuno. Today, my presentation is construction of sound synthesis and the notion of timbre in the electroacoustic music of Pierre Boulez in the early 1950s. One perspective of the electroacoustic music of Pierre Boulez in the context of total stereo music. Two secured on music of faith. The electroacoustic music of Pierre Boulez of the 1950s has often been considered as transitional and not necessarily specified in his compositional path. Nevertheless, that the electroacoustic and instrumental domains cannot be separated when observing his compositional and electroacoustic vision. It is true that Boulez himself removed his electroacoustic work of the 1950s from the catalog. However, the composer's theoretical reflections on his electroacoustic approach and practice permit for the examination of his musical thought and compositional writing involving stereo music. Boulez composed 4 electroacoustic pieces in the 1950s, 2 separate etudes of music concerts as well as symphony mechanics and creative figure. In this paper, I focus on the construction of Boulez's sound synthesis of music concerts through a comparative analysis of the 2 etudes, Etude 1 and Etude 2, in terms of the notion of timbre in the context of total stereo music. I'm sorry, I had forgot to change the photo. Very sorry. Pierre Boulez participated alongside as a serial composer in the first and second professional workshop of the group research music concert in 1951-52. These workshops were organized by Pierre Schaeffer with two principal assistants, Pierre Agnew and Jacques Coulon. In the early 1950s, Boulez was interested in expansion of the possibility of the acoustic phenomenon in total serialism. It should be noted that the composition of the two decades coincides with a parallel moment of total serialism in his instrumental work, Polyphony X and Street Scene 1. The experimental composition of music concert led Boulez to adapt and develop his serial technique at all parameters, pitch, duration, pitch, timbre, and intensity are handled and organized in electroacoustic montage. While the aesthetic conflict between Schaeffer and Boulez after working together at GRMC is well known, it is important to reconsider Boulez's pedalistic thinking through the analytical paradigm of his composition of music concert. As Michel Chion suggests, both music concerts at GRMC and electronic music in Cologne developed in the early 1950s under the influence of serialism. It is different in the opposing way. Thus, the two large phenomena of music concert and serial music interacted with each other and at an essential part. The shared point between Schaeffer and Boulez is the interest and use of complex sounds, which Boulez had considered as a parameter of sound in serial organization. Notion of timbre in the construction of series in the electroacoustic music of Pierre Boulez. Boulez composed the two decades of music concert between the first book of structure 1A and 1C. According to Boulez, the generalization of the series permits the release of all melody, all harmony, and all counterpoint, because the serial structure abuses the horizontal vertical duality, given that composition becomes the arrangement along two coordinates, duration and frequency, of the acoustic phenomenon. It is a multiplication of the series, for Boulez seemed possible to adapt such a serial structuring to electroacoustic composition. It is important to emphasize that the notion of timbre among the parameters of the serial construction was not considered as a component of the series during composition of the development of the value of timbre in total serialist form appears with remarkable myths that is after post-serialism. However, Messiaen indicated that the Boulez's interest in the series of tempo and series of timbre, complex sounds, was in fact suggested by Pierre Schaeffer and music concert. Moreover, at that time, Boulez was attracted by the timbre of non-European percussion instruments through his studies with Messiaen and the collection of Asian music at the Guinea Museum in Paris. In the view of Rosella serialism itself gave rise to his fascination with non-European percussion via recordings among serial composers as they explored new sound sources. And indeed, the first appearance of percussion instruments such as the vibraphone and the xylophone in works of Boulez, but at a very precise stage in the evolution of his compositional technique. In fact, Boulez used the Central African instrument samba for the first decade. Boulez was inspired to draw from timbres of complex sounds instead of pure harmonic sounds by the prepared piano in sonatas and interludes of John Cage. The notion of complex sound or of the superposition of frequencies like a sound block adapted from the works of John Cage. The technique of sound blocks formed by superimposing different frequencies allowed the variation of sound through movement among all notes of the register and through vertical permutation. It concerns a body of sound comprised no longer of pure sound, but superimposed harmonics that have more than simple duration. From the point of view of complex sound, Rene considered the series as one of the means to perform permutation on sound objects fixed in a certain way. Such an approach can be seen as a effect in the montage of the two essays of music content, confirming that the composition of music content was indispensable for Rene in his search for a serious development of the notion of time as a means to innovate a more tempered acoustic space. Although the details are beyond the scope of this paper, it is in parallel with the serial research that the sound study of characterology was developed in reference to the notion of parameters through unpublished discussions among Schaeffer, Bourret, and Jacques Brel during the first workshop on music content. Etude 1 for music content by Pierre Bourret proves that the two etudes are contrasting from the point of view of serial composition can be found in the reconstruction of compositional process of the sound synthesis based on my study of the complete sketches in a DAT sketches. A detailed account of the entire study of sketches and reconstruction of the entire sound structure is beyond the scope of this paper, as the complete sketches of two etudes consist of 97 pages in all. Therefore, I will briefly summarize the analysis of etude 1 and then focus on the sound construction of etude 2. The sound material of etude 1 is based on only one note from a recording of the samba, an African percussion instrument. According to a description in the plan of the first workshop, Bourret's concept was to compose suitable short pieces on separate points, pitch, intensity, etc., and a synthesis study was a summary on suitable characteristic sound, keeping an invariance of sound. Also, as previously mentioned, the idea of sound blocks is offered for consideration in the analysis of the serious process of the montage of etude 1 and etude 2. This table shows a general plan of the serial formation of 7 sequences. My own annotations are added in blue. Each serial unit consists of 2 or 4 patterns of serial formation. For example, alpha slash beta equals frequency. Alpha slash I slash beta equals duration. For the first sequence, the serial formations are separated by 2 groups of the serial units. The serial formation that is the sound box consists of a combination of the serial units under the relative interaction between the frequencies and the duration. The determination of each of the 2 parameters is independent of the order and changeable according to the serial transposition under the logarithmic table of frequency duration adapted for etude 1. In the reconstitution of each box of the serial formation that is composed of 7 sequences, we observe that the vertical and horizontal structuring of the sound box and the variation of register are based on 2 important sketches: serial scheme proper and figurative serial scheme. This is a reconstruction of the serial combination of the frequencies and durations of etude 1 based on the table of serial scheme of frequency duration. The example of the fifth sequence shows part of the sound synthesis process. As the serial scale proper, this sequence was planned into 2 structures on a horizontal superposition but the plan of this montage and the final score of the montage are different from this plan. My reconstruction of the diagram of the montage reveals that the number of the successive sound blocks of two serial units is parallel, and that of the two serial units are retrograde. This slide also shows an outline of the plan of the montage. The montage fragment 2 is superimposed horizontally, and the other fragment 4/6/8 are alternating in vertical coincidence. Finally, this is my reconstruction of the series in which the eliminations are symmetrical for the fifth sequences, with color coding added by author. In conclusion, Etude 1 is a work of music concept organized by serial phenomenon that allows for a best vertical and horizontal duality through its coherent and flexible system. While Etude 1 has its focus on modernizing relations, it stands in contrast to Etude 2 in terms of diversity of themes. For Etude 2 for music concept by Bureau. Unlike Etude 1, Etude 2 composed during the second workshop at the GRMC in 1952, but unknown and unmentioned in Boulez's writing. Etude 2 is the only work of music concept by Boulez made up of concrete sound objects, including instrumental sounds prepared and recorded by Pierre Anne. This table shows the list of timbres for the montage. This collection of sound objects can be divided into two principal groups. On the one hand, it's the extra musical sounds that comprise the 5 categories of A. Racket, B. Rolling box, C. Cricket, D. Undershocks, and E. Swirling, whirling. And on the other hand, is the instrumental sounds, piano, percussion, and Japanese instruments that comprise the 3 categories of A, low sound, G, wave, and A, stand. From these, Boulez used 6 categories, which respectively contain several different types, A, G, E, F, G, H. Then, each type was decomposed into 2 paired sounds, quad and giga. In the final list of timbres shown here, with color coding added by author, the length of the durations of each timbre is fully predetermined. In other words, the serial relations between frequencies and durations are not adjusted in Etude 2. But it may also suggest that Boulez was always thinking about the rhythmic variable mutation that is equivalent to traditional rhythmic values. The sound materials finally consist of 58 sounds in notes. The serial tables of the timbres are different from those of Etude 1. Boulez predetermined the serial tables for each timbre A, B, C, F, H that are independent from the durations above. The form of Etude 2 is in general composed by 2 parts, the exposition and development. While Boulez conceived the entire serial scheme for expositions 1 and 2, a definitive scheme for development has yet to be found, even though there are several species of the transitional concept. One step can be identified as a blueprint of development because this blueprint closely corresponds to the outline of the montage, despite differences between the blueprint and the montage. In any case, the key difference with Etude 1 is the absence of the serial scheme for the serial construction of the montage. It is thus difficult to understand how Boulez chose the order of serial succession and the grouping of timbres. The serial table above do not function as a serial scheme because some orders are stable of the sections in all, and exposition 2 consists of only one section. The indications, individual and collective, of each section and the scheme of exposition and development are important in the point of view of the component writing and the construction of the sound blocks of the montage. This is an exact point of contact between Boulez's instrumental and electroacoustic compositional writing. In the individual montage, each track 1 to 3 proceed separately, while in the collective montage, 3 tracks develop synchronically. The indications horizontally and vertically indicate the method of succession of the sound blocks. The scheme is written horizontally, but the sequence of each block is organized in 2 ways, horizontal and vertical. But in fact, there are differences between the scheme and the plan of the montage. For this reason, horizontal and vertical arrows have been added in blue. The indications 1 to 3 added in blue show the order of each track. Due to time constraints, only one aspect of the sound construction of this etude will be analyzed here with reference to the plan of the montage. A diversity of procedure is more evident in the montage of development. This figure shows a reconstruction of the global plan of the montage in development 1 to 3. Development consists of 3 sections that are derived from section 3 of exposition as compared with its serial scheme, and which ones are a sort of theme and variation. I will focus on the montage of variations on day 2 in development. This sketch of notes on the symbol day 2 indicates that Boulez prepares the sound materials by filter or transmission for each sequence, and that the sounds of D2A, D2B, and D2C are modulated as part-tunes. There are 2 sketches, the serial scheme of the montage for development 1 and the plan of the montage. While a detailed explanation is beyond the scope of today's presentation, the annotations in blue indicate the numbering of each section. The first section is the serial structure of the montage and the execution of the sequence. The middle section is the plan of the montage of the part 1A. The last section is the more concrete sketch section of part 3, HED/EDA. The last section is more concrete sketch for a section of part 2. In this section, we find small indications 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These indications are linked with the timbre D2. In the sketch of the experience on D2 and D3, there is a serial table of 5 equal parts of 38 centimeter decomposed from D2. Then, 2 serial charts forward and reverse result from this serial table. But in fact, they are not a serial table because these 2 tables do not produce any series as the order of succession. They create 10 series of montage that are for 10,000 sounds of montage to be produced in all. In other words, Boulez created a serial sound and wrote himself repeat 10 sounds in the sketch. We will suppose that Boulez connected 5 lengths of tape cut to make 10 continuous sounds, and that this procedure created a sort of variation on the timbre D2 and multiplied the sound timbre of development. The group of timbre D functions as a transfer term in expositions as well as development. Thus, the numbering in Roman typeface attached to each timbre D corresponds to these variations in the plan of montage. The symmetric order of the series in node was reconstructed around the variations on day 2. Conclusion. The series of expositions and developments was reconstructed based on the plan of montage. For development, two types of reconstruction were carried out according to different points of view. On the one hand, a reconstruction of the serial forms according to each development, and on the other hand, that of serial forms according to each term. The numbering of the order in the montage is annotated in blue, and the omissions of the series are indicated by the brackets. Moreover, I have added several additional series that do not exist in Boulez's original scheme of the series. In conclusion, in comparison with Etude 1, Etude 2 is characterized by different approach because it is not strictly serial work or complete music. This aesthetic difference between the two etudes can be seen in the way the timbres were prepared and combined as well as in the registration of duration. In terms of sync timbre, Etude 2 is much richer than Etude 1. The polyphonic structuring of the sound block that is objet-sonore is equally more complex and more concentrated than that of Etude 1. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for presentation, Ms. Higashikawa. And are there any questions? We have a little bit 3 or 4 minutes for question and answer time. So, is there any comments? So I think thank you very much for very good materialized. So you have a lot of sources and a lot of minute analysis of the Pierre Boulez Etude 1 and Etude 2. And so maybe I want to ask you something about the source materials, the situation of materials. But here I want to one small question. So you compare Etude 1 and 2, and you say that is there is a very important point, the relations between electroacoustic music and instrumental écriture, Boulez écriture. So about timbre or pitch combination of instrument. So is it, what do you think about from when or from which piece Boulez thought about the timbre by applying electroacoustic thinking to instrumental composition? Is there any hint or idea about that?
A little bit, I think Boulez started to think about timbre from the macro summit in instrumental work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so sound, sound blocks, bloc sonore, maybe the French word, bloc sonore. Sound blocks, that means bloc sonore in French. Yes, thank you very much. And complex and composition. Yeah, I see. Yeah, and actually, so your task, your work means you researched the source materials or your original materials, the first original materials, and to analyze that one to make to reconstruct the process of the composition of concerning etude 1 and 2. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Any other question or comments? Yeah, so this is today, this is a Xenakis Symposium. Do you have any comments to the relationship Boulez and Xenakis?
Add
Yeah.
some parts, some links about Xenakis.
Yes.
I have no time.
Yeah.
Xenakis wrote a text that the total seven.
Yeah.
But in this text, Xenakis explain criticize in particular the absence of tumble.
Yeah. Yeah. So expecting next time of your idea. Thank you very much. Thank you to present to this Zoom Congress. Thank you very much, Ms. Higashikawa. Thank you. Bye. Hi. Thank you very much for all. And now we have a break time, coffee break. So as I said, we have a breakout room from now for 15 minutes. So if you have some comments or question, maybe in Japanese, we can speak in Japanese with some Japanese. So thank you very much. Hello again. We are starting the session 2. And the next session's chair is Ms. Professor Kakinuma.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
I'm Toshi Kakinuma, moderator of session 2. And the first speaker is Mikako Mizuno. She's a professor of Nagoya City University. And as you all know, she's a leader of Japan team for Meta-Xenakis. The title of the presentation is Hibiki, Hana, Ma, and Japanese team for Tekokan. Go ahead.
Hibiki, Hana, Ma, and Japanese team for Tekokan. The collaboration among Xenakis and Japanese musicians and engineers culminated in the preparatory process of Hibiki, Hana, Ma in 1969 and 70. Tekokan as a pavilion for Osaka World Fair, sponsored by the Iron and Steel Institute of Japan, was pretty unique in the point of architectural equipment which came from the musical idea of Takemitsu. Hibiki, Hana, Ma as a tape music was played every day in Tekokan through the special sound diffusion system. Here in this presentation, I will talk how was the situation of the collaboration. Based on the public materials and the meeting minutes of the Japanese team composed of composers, architects, and sound engineers, and on the blueprints made by Sansei Engineering. The meetings for architectural sound design were held 5 times from March 25 to April 11, 1968. The first was held in the office of Maegawa Architectural Design. The name Takemitsu was mentioned as the producer in the third meeting on March 29th, and the fourth meeting was held in Takemitsu's office on April 5th, when Takemitsu presented his plan. The equipment is hopefully completed 6 months before the opening of Expo in order for that musicians could make experiments of sound. Thus, hopefully, the construction should start in July 1968. Takemitsu talked his plan of commissioning a new piece to Xenakis. Music program in Tekkokan. For Tekkokan, 2 types of music were prepared: everyday music fixed on the tape and monthly live music. There were 7 monthly music programs, which are composed of Japanese traditional music and 1 concert of contemporary music. All the music programs had been visually designed and with the laser lights created by Keiji Usami. Everyday program in Tekkokan was composed of 5 pieces: Crossing by Toru Takemitsu, Yegen with Bash's sound sculpture by Yuji Takahashi, Ponima by Xenakis, tape montage Years of Years, What is Music, planned, recorded, collected and edited by Makoto Ooka, Shuntaro Tanikawa, Toru Takemitsu, Keiji Usami, Akemichi Takeda, Takashi Funayama, and music with Bash's sound sculpture by Toru Takemitsu. Time schedule and program of the everyday music were sometimes changed. This is the program note, Hibiki Hanama. Hana is cited from Zeami Kadensho. Collaboration with Japanese musicians before 1969. In 1961, Xenakis came to Japan and met Toru Takemitsu, Yuji Takahashi, Seiji Ozawa, Kuniharu Akiyama, and Aki Takahashi. They held World Music Festival in Tokyo, Tokyo Sekai Ongakusai, presented by Cultural Freedom Congress, Bunkajiyu Kaigi. The general officer was Nabokov. Lowon, JSCM, MSJ, declined to collaborate because the Congress was thought to be supported by United States and anti-communist group. From April 18 to 22, 1961, East-West Music Encounter, Tozai Ongaku Kouryu Kai, was held featuring lectures and performances. Yuji Takahashi studied with Xenakis from 1963 to 66. And May 1st in 1966 in Nisei Theater, Fair Strategy was performed, and on May 4th, Eonta was performed. These concerts were performed by Yomiuri Nippon Symphony Orchestra, conducted by Hiroshi Wakasugi. The produce process of Hibiki Hanama. In the process of composition, Xenakis had made a music score which were performed and recorded by Japan Philharmonic Orchestra, conducted by Seiji Ozawa in Kawaguchi Municipal Hall. In June of 1969, Xenakis came to Tokyo again and talked about the piece for Osaka exhibition. Xenakis started sketching a general sound schema and instrumentation just after Takemitsu had asked him to compose a new piece. The score was received by the Japanese team on January 5th, 1970. On January 10th, Xenakis came to Japan in order for recording. The recording day was January 13th, and the completion in the real Tekkokan speaker system was accomplished on January 21st. That means the creation and sound editing took only 1 week or so. The Japanese team, mainly composed of sound engineers, worked for tape editing according to Xenakis' notation for multi-layered manipulations, which mainly overlapped various speeds of the recorded sounds. And Xenakis visited Tekkokan on April 6. Plan for Tekkokan sound system based on Takemitsu's idea. Xenakis worksheets for Hibiki Hanama shows several plans of sound movements and the visual images of sounds itself. There were written, conclusion, 12 channel for fixed plus 6 channel autumn. Then any movements is possible. Whereas the idea of sound diffusion system, which was very unique and originally designed by Japanese engineers working at the time in Sansei engineering, had started with Takemitsu's comment about sound diffusion. Sound movements should not be from points to points, but should be from phase to phase, which include global time differences and in which the audience should be travelers going through the spectrum of different times. Here is Takemitsu's statement. The traditional form of concert hall gives us a specific sound environment where listening is a quantitative experience of some fixed sound sources and is divided into 2 quantitative places. The stage, which eventually provides space for performance, and the audience, which is a strongly determined space. In the concert hall, the qualitative proper space, which each sound has in its inner space, has been replaced to conformed quantity. Music has developed a new realm since 1984 through electronic procedure and made it possible to listen to simultaneously multiple heterophonic sound images and heterogeneous time structure. These new music concrete, has great influence on live instrument music. Sound sources got free disposition that is very different from the standard instrumental music. Space and spatial timbre, time texture of sound images are added as important parameter which compose the music. The qualitative space, which was divided into 2 quantitative spaces, has got now multiple quantitative movements in the other space of information supply. But the fixed audience space has no freedom to realize the multiplied realized sound space. The term realize means in reference to televise. Televise means trimming the object like television. How we can make the audience space into the qualitative space of movements, let's throw away the fixed audience space from the concert hall. Space structure of concert hall should be planned as a situation in which qualitative different numerous spaces are multiplied. Therefore, both the fixed sound sources and the performance places should be put in an elastic situation, and the sound space running should not be from points to points, but be demanded to be intersecting planes. Is it possible, for example, to set the global time difference or different time zones in the space of concert hall? There, the sound layers are movements circulating around the audience, and the audience comes travelers passing through the spectrum of sound and time zones. New concert hall is an organ which changes the quantitative space where the stage is simply separated from the audience into a qualitative space. This citation comes from the booklet of Tekkokan, but the contents has been announced already at the general meeting of Japan team. From the concept to the technical realization of space Tekkokan. Takemitsu's rather philosophical text was technologically interpreted by George Esaki, electronic engineer, as follows. Refer to fixed sound sources, lots of speakers, elastic performance places, multiplicity of sound field, intersecting sound planes. One speaker group turned to one direction are simultaneously opened with the other speaker group turned to the diagonal or contrasted direction. As a result, realized the system composed of 1,008 speakers controlled through film track. Sound control system of Tekkokan. Outline. The most unique points is the memory and play control system using 16mm film, which was designed by George Esaki. The system included the specific design as follows. CineSync, auto queuing, control mixer, output control, input control, filter echo machine, public address, speaker moving system. The words are quoted from the documents of that day. We may summarize in today's terms that it was a kind of real-time sound modulating and queuing control system with cinema film, including moving control of speakers. The fatal purpose is that each audience can feel sounds from all the directions, even though the audience moves by himself or herself. This is the vertical perspective of Tekkokan, ceiling, and floor. This is the horizontal perspective of Tekkokan. This is the control image. This is the space control room. The stage and the auditorium of Tekkokan was divided into 4 equal zones, east, west, south, and north. Each zone was acoustically independent and did not interfere with each other. The resonance can be artificially controlled. Crossing was mainly under manual operation and supportedly used the automatic control. For Egen and Hibiki Hana-ma performed both by manual and by automatic system. Here we can see 6 persons, one of which is the conductor, and other 5 persons control on and off and diffusion patterns to which speakers the sound should connect it. Sound was recorded in 4 6-channel tape players, 24 tracks, that is 12 stereo sound sources are divided. 8 are connected to the ceiling and 4 are connected to the bottom. 2 film projectors were used in order to adjust the electricity. The recorded sounds were played by the 2 film projectors and human manual operations. The space running in Hibiki Hana-ma, all the patterns are manually controlled. This is the graph. 1 to 4 channels were assigned to the ceiling, air. 5 and 6 were assigned to the floor or ground. In the left 2 graphs, outside inside is opposite side of right and left among the group east, west, and south, north. The right 2 graphs Each block has different patterns. This is the Hibiki Hanama space running. And in Tekkokan, there were 3 patterns of space running. Permutation of 1 channel. And the second is permutation of 4 channels and permutation of 2 channels, ceiling or floor for each. And the 3, permutation of both 2 channels and 4 channels, ceiling and floor, ceiling and floor. Conclusion. Planning and construction of Tekkokan was proceeded in so tight schedule that the creators didn't have enough time to communicate and to work, as many testimonies by the composers show. The information concerning the sound system equipped in the architecture, which Yuji Takahashi announced to Xenakis in July 1969, could be different from the realized system in March 1970. On Xenakis' worksheet, we can see the idea which demands independent mono-track control, not stereo control. For example, air track 3 of east-west runs to ground track 2 of south-north, while air track 4 of east-west runs to ground track 1 of south-north. Here it's Xenakis wrote, jamais croisé ground to air. That means sound should intersect from up to down diagonally, but no way from down to up. This pattern was not included in Tekkokan's automatic control. It was to be controlled manually. But that must be quite difficult to operate with the realized Tekkokan system. It's unsure Xenakis' original idea of sound spatialization written on his worksheets were realized or not when Tekkokan started in March 1970. This may be the future works, and there can be possibly another realization of spatialization of this gigantic piece. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Mizuno, for your detailed and informative presentation. Thank you so much. And
thank you very much.
Actually, I visited Tekkokan in 1970 and experienced Hibiki Hanama directly. And as I recall, it was enormous impact to me. And so many things come into mind now. And are there any questions or comments from the audience?
Yes, and this is Yoshihiko Nomura. May I have a comment?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, in the Tekkokan realization of the Hibiki Hanama, laser projection is accompanied. And Xenakis is deeply impressed by this effect, and he uses his own Persepolis in the same year, and also his forthcoming polytopes. Now, many people consider laser projection is Xenakis' own idea, but it's not. It started from the Tekkokan. This is my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So that means there is a laser. Xenakis was very impressed by laser design, but
yes.
But how about sound affection? So that means Xenakis is very minute worksheet. On the sheet we can find some very important comments, but his thought is a little bit different from the Sansei engineering.
I see.
So but we don't know the relationship between them. So
And the laser light projection is not Xenakis' idea, but the Japanese, the Tekokan's original idea. And it affected on the Xenakis and his later polytopes. And that would be one of the important aspects for the Tekokan realization, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And my question is, do you know if Yuji Takahashi mentioned that laser facilities to Xenakis or not?
Me. So that question for me. Yeah. But that's very important for some musicological research or something. That's only my personal interest, maybe. But what's the correspondence between Yuji Takahashi and Xenakis? So concerning the technological things or laser things. So Xenakis said sometimes very nice. The laser design is very, very nice, he said or he wrote, but I don't know that is something, information come from Yuji Takahashi or not. I want to ask directly to Yuji-san.
Yeah, and as I vaguely remember, some electronic pieces were played with laser beams at that time. But I'm not sure if that is Xenakis' piece or not. But actually they played it with laser beam. And so if it's Hibiki Hanama, it was very interesting.
Yeah, I think so. Xenakis sometimes came to Japan and just see and hear and someone's talk about the technology, but he experienced the sound space, the real space, only after recording and only after the opening of Expo. So he can't change something for composing. Yeah, that's very important, I think.
But later on, he might put the idea of laser beam to the piece. And
maybe.
Yeah, so. As I vaguely remember, but I'm not so sure if it's Xenakis' piece or not. If it's so, it's very interesting.
Yeah, so dear top or something Persepolis. So that's very concerned, very connected to Tekokan's experience, I think.
Yeah. So that's very interesting point. And so we have some
1 minute. Or more, much more.
6 minutes.
Yes, 6 minutes. Yes.
For question and comment. And are there any other questions or comments from the audience? And do you, Professor Mizuno, do you have any additional comments or?
Additional comments, yeah. So as a Japanese, I think Tekokan is very big, very, very important, but also the Nippon Pavilion, the pavilion of Japan is very important for sound research, sound design research. So that was designed or concepted by Minao Shibata. And from Minao Shibata to someone else, so Mayuzumi Toshiro-sama. And I think in the project of Osaka World Fair, the time is very, very short, and the exhibition is short, and also the working time is very, very short for composers. So just now we can have some various technology for space specialization or some programming or spots or something. So maybe we can make another realization of Tekokan's piece, Hibiki Hanama, Crossing or something others. So it's time to work for Japanese people, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
so some maybe here we can maybe Professor Furukawa is attend now. So Professor Furukawa tried to make restoration of Bashet sound sculpture, and that's a very big good thing for Japanese researchers or composers. So as much as that, I think specialization of Tekkokan's musical piece is now our project for Japanese, I think.
Yeah. Actually, Takemitsu's piece for Bashet sculpture
yes.
was realized a couple of years ago.
Yes.
In Kyoto. So
yes.
I was involved in it, so I know
yes.
the whole process.
So, as for Xenakis, in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, in France, there are very, very important Xenakis manual score, musical score, and sound editing score. That means how to make the tape, the score, and also the spatialization, how to make space, the third level of scores there are. So that's very important for research, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Space Theater was realized at that time, and it was called Music Concert Hall for Future. But
yes.
now there's no such thing in the present time.
yes, I think so.
Yeah, it's a future for in the time of 1970.
Maybe.
Yeah. So that's very interesting. Yeah.
So Kakinuma Sensei and me is the generation who know the sound of Tekkokan in our childhood, but younger people don't know.
Yeah.
No sound, so no experience. So that's now the work for me. So, I think.
The Space Theater is unfortunately closed now.
Yes.
We cannot, it's preserved, but it's not, we cannot experience it now.
Yes.
So I hope it will be open again and after the reconstruction.
Yes, I think so. Okay.
No comments? Any other comments?
Maybe it's time.
It's time to close now. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor Mizuno.
Thank you very much. Thank you
very much. Now, we're going to the next presentation. Now, the second speaker is Takaku Satoru. He's a professor of Nihon University. And the title of the presentation is Stimulating the Yanis, Zenakis, Japanese Composers and Architects. Please start.
Okay. Oh, I have one question. Do all see my slides?
Yes. Okay. No problem.
Oh, no problem. Okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Satoru Takaku, professor of musicology in the College of Art, Nihon University in Tokyo. And today I would like to start. I would like to give my presentation entitled as Stimulating the Yanis, Xenakis, Japanese composers and architects. We can consider the history of reception about every composer and her music. In case of that of Xenakis in Japan, I think there seems to be a few particular problems to be considered. The first, Xenakis was a double-faced artist, namely composer and architect, like a Roman double-faced god Janus Janus. I think this fact makes the history of reception of Xenakis and his music in Japan much more complicated than the cases of Earth's most contemporary composers. Second, he was Greek origin. Generally speaking, Japanese intellectual has cultivated rather a peculiar mindset to the images of Greece and Greek people since the Meiji era. That is, they generally tend to consider Greece and her people simply and directly in connection with ancient Greece. Probably, even now in Japan, only a minor proportion of people know the history and cultures of modern Greece after her independence in 1830. My theory is that this situation has given a certain unique effect and influence on the reception of Xenakis and his music in Japan. But today, I'm very sorry, I definitely make no mention about this theme. Third, in Japan, Yuji Takahashi, and to a certain degree, his younger sister, Takahashi, played a significant and essential role on the dissemination of Xenakis music in Japan, especially Yuji Takahashi as artistic collaborator rather than a disciple, quite often performed his music, both pianist and conductor. Published the first Japanese version of Xenakis' book, Music Architecture, and wrote many articles about him and his music. I think what Yuji Takahashi did for Xenakis and his music in Japan is such a huge theme that it should be discussed in future by other researchers. So today I would like to introduce the 4 Japanese composers who got in contact with Xenakis in person during an early stage of the reception. I think some of them played an important role on the reception of Xenakis' music and his musical thought, especially in 1960s. So first is Sadao Beku. It's very timely to say that just yesterday night, an orchestra in Tokyo gave his centennial concert, the program all dedicated in his music. After his studies in physics and aesthetics at the University of Tokyo, Beck went to the Paris Conservatory to study composition with Darius Milhaud and attended Olivier Messiaen's music analysis class during from 1952 to 1954, bestowed with the second medal. It was in Messiaen's class that Beck got acquainted with Xenakis. With his knowledge of science and mathematics, Beck managed to understand what Xenakis thought about music and composition. Later, he got a copy of Musique Formelle and wrote an article about it. In 1961, when the East-West Music Encounter Conference was held in Tokyo, Beck made a presentation entitled As the Japanese Composers Today, a review on the reception of Western music in Japan since the Meiji era from the point of view of a composer. While Xenakis gave a lecture on stochastic music and an example of renewals of the musical languages. But believing in more classic aesthetics on music, Beck kept a distance from Xenakis' musical thought. For Beck, music was a medium of emotional expression, and he explored possibilities to compose new types of music in line with it. The next is another centennial composer, Shinichi Matsushita. His academic career was associate professor of mathematics, majoring in functional analysis of Osaka City University, and guest professor of Hamburg University, also as a mathematician for 15 years from 1965 until 1980. Matsushita was a versatile person. Besides mathematician, he was active also as a physicist, researcher of the religion, composer, and haiku poet. As composer, he insisted that he composed his first symphony when he was 13 years old, and one of the earliest dodecaphonic compositions in Japan. Matsushita got acquainted with Xenakis in 1961 at the latest, and wrote a few articles about his association with Xenakis. In one article, he wrote that he visited Xenakis' domicile in Paris in order to deliver the recording materials of Omizudori, but his murder ceremony held at the temple in Nara in February for Hibiki Hanama. Actually, Matsushita has a right habit. He made a boast to his colleagues in Japan that he was a close friend of almost all leading composers in Europe, such as Stockhausen, Lutosowski, Kagel, Ligeti, and Xenakis, etc. But I think what he wrote about Xenakis was true anyway. Matsushita's much more essential and important contribution related to Xenakis was, in my opinion, to write an introductory article about music for melody in 1967 for Ongaku Geijutsu, a representative music magazine for serious music in Japan. As a professional mathematician and composer, he was among the few that managed to read and understand what Xenakis wrote in that book. The third one is Makoto Shinohara. I think his relationships with Xenakis are still unknown in Japan because all the events took place only in Europe, France, and Germany. Studying in the Paris Conservatory in 1958, Shinohara graduated from a conservative Tony Orban's composition class with Prix Nomme, as well as from Olivier Messiaen's music philosophy class with Premier Pully. Pursuing avant-garde music at that time, in the next year, 1959, Shinohara participated to GRM, Groupe de Recherche Musicale, as a trainee, and met Xenakis for the first time as a colleague. According to my recent interview with him, Shinohara has still made much of his encounter with Xenakis. Actually, it was crucial for his career as composer, because it was Xenakis who made Shinohara go to Germany after their frequent long discussions in order to study avant-garde music and electronische Musik. According to Shinohara, Xenakis told him that to explore contemporary music in France at that time had limitations, and there were much more possibilities in Germany. Consequently, in 1960, after completing a short piece of music concrete, Shinohara switched his study to Hochschule and Siemens Studio of Electronic Music in Munich, later studying with Karl-Heinz Stockhausen in Cologne. While Xenakis stayed in Berlin with the scholarship of the Ford Foundation in 1961-1962, he recommended Shinohara to apply it. Now I have been making a research on Shinohara's personal archive and library, and I think probably I can find some of Xenakis' correspondences to Shinohara. The fourth and final one is Yoriaki Matsudaira, awarded the Doctor of Science in Tokyo Metropolitan University. Matsudaira worked as a professor of biophysics at a private university in Tokyo, and also still active as composer at the high age of 90 years old. Apparently, Matsudaira got acquainted with Xenakis also in 1961 after the East-West Music Encounter Conference. By the way, according to Matsudaira's article, recollection, when Xenakis started his presentation, a simultaneous interpreter for it couldn't interpret what he told at all. So the silence was dominated. Backing to the theme, in his piano piece, Blending, composing in 1984, consisting of many musical fragments from the compositions of various composers from Bach to contemporary composers, he made a citation from Xenakis music, which appeared with that from Bach's piece together. Here I have briefly introduced the Xenakis experience of the four Japanese composers. They belong to the oldest generation to know Xenakis in person, although their experiences with and their influences from Xenakis were different and varied. I think they formed some of the base of the reception of Xenakis and his music in Japan. To know the history of the reception of Xenakis and his music in Japan, I think it is necessary to know also that of Xenakis and as the architect. That is a neglected theme in the field of musicology, but in fact, architectural journalism had paid keen attention to Xenakis and what he did in Japan from 1961, his first visit to Japan, until as late as 1977, when he came to Japan to give lectures, one of which was entitled as Music and Architecture. Apparently, we should consider the reception of Xenakis as composer and that of Xenakis as architect together, not separating them. It was quite natural that in the world of architecture in Japan, Xenakis seemed to be emphasized with rather his role as architect working with Le Corbusier than that of composer. Some Japanese architects even tried to offer some architectural project to him, even as late as in 1970. Xenakis was expected to do architectural activity also in Japan. In the history of modern architecture in Japan, Le Corbusier attracted such a high attention that during 1928 and 1939, two Japanese architects, Kunio Maekawa and Junzo Sakakura, working at Le Corbusier's atelier in Paris. There were other architects who paid a visit to it before the World War II and wrote some introductory articles on Le Corbusier's theory and architectural designs. After the World War II, both Maekawa and Sakakura became very influential architects in Japan. And consequently, Le Corbusier himself came to Japan in 1955 in order to plan the National Museum of Western Art in Tokyo, which was built in 1959 with the collaboration of three of Le Corbusier's disciples in Japan, namely Maekawa, Sakakura, and the youngest one, Takamasa Yoshizaka, who translated Le Corbusier's books, Modulo and Modulo II, into Japanese. When Xenakis made his first visit to Tokyo in 1961, he must have been impressed with Le Corbusier's strong influence in Japan, because the architect of the Tokyo Bunkakaikan and the Tokyo Metropolitan Festival Hall, the English name at that time, the venue where Xenakis made a presentation of stochastic music at East-West Music Encounter Conference. The architect of that hall was Kunio Maekawa. And across that hall, there stands the National Museum of Western Art, which was collaborated architecture with Le Corbusier and his 3 Japanese disciples. Among them 3, the key figure about the relationship Xenakis was obviously Takamasa Yoshizaka. Rising up in the Geneva in his childhood, the reason was Yoshizaka first worked there as Japanese representative of ILO, International Labour Organization, and having a perfect command of French, he worked at Le Corbusier's atelier from 1951 until 1953, when Xenakis first worked there. Family friends with the Xenakis, Yoshizaka wrote several articles about Xenakis and his architectural activities, worked as interpreter for his lectures in Japan, and even translated and published Francois Xenakis' novel, Moi, je n'aime pas la mer, in 1973. It was quite natural that Yoshizaka's opinion on Xenakis' music was much simpler than musicians and composers. For example, he thought Xenakis' Meta-Xenakis was a genuine musicalization of Le Corbusier's modulo. Anyway, he was an architect at all. But in his articles, we can sometimes find very important remarks by Xenakis. For example, Yoshizaka impressively and repeatedly pointed out that Xenakis told him that he wanted to return to architecture, giving up composing. The context and meaning of which we should explore. When Yoshizaka passed away prematurely in 1985, Xenakis wrote an eulogy for him. Yoshizaka worked as a professor of the Faculty of Architecture of Waseda University, and his archive, containing his diary, correspondences, research notes, and design drawings, is located in that Waseda University. Making an intensive research in his archive will reveal a different aspect of the history of reception of Xenakis in Japan, which will probably give deeper insights into Xenakis as composer also. My conclusion is that in order to describe the whole picture of the history of reception of Xenakis and his music in Japan, it is necessary to integrate 2 stories into one. The reception of Xenakis as composer and that of Xenakis as architect. Thank you for your attentive listening. I finished my presentation.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Professor Takaku. You described about his relationship between Xenakis and 4 Japanese composers and Japanese architect, Yoshizaka. A very interesting presentation. Thank you so much. And so we have now question and answer time. If you have any question and comments, please write.
In the chat, one question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
please comment about relations Xenakis and Takemitsu.
Oh, yeah. Today I deliberately omit that relationship with Takemitsu. Yeah. I don't know much reliable information information about the relationship of the Takemitsu and Xenakis, but anyway, it occurred a little bit later stage after until 1961. Xenakis' first visit to Japan. Yeah, but yeah, I want to point out the first person, one of the first person who listened to Xenakis' music from radio was the music critic Kuniharu Akiyama. During his stay in Berlin in 1950, 1950 or the 5 or 6, he listened to the Xenakis, the orchestral work Meta-Xenakis from radio, and he was so shocked with that music, and of course he told his colleague Takemitsu and Yuji Takahashi. I think that was our start of one of the earliest starts of the Xenakis reception of the Xenakis music in Japan. Yeah, so so that is my today's answer. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. And another question comes from Yanis Zanos.
Hi.
Please tell us more about how Xenakis was received by Japanese producers and media during his visit, and how the artists that you refer to in your lecture helped him connect with Japanese culture.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much for a very interesting question. Yeah, yes, I think there are two directions of the reception of the Japanese producers and the media. One was very serious one. Yeah, they gave very, very high expectation on what Xenakis did. Yeah, for example, the music connected with the newest technology. Yeah, but another type was in the to reception, and yeah, another type was that some media received what Xenakis did with a context of subculture. Yeah, so yeah, today I also deliberately omit this theme, but especially in 1980s, magazines and dealing with the subculture. They very, very the editor of that kind of magazines, they liked to cover Xenakis, what Xenakis did in Japan. Yeah. So.
Yeah, is that can you mention a specific magazine?
Yeah, for example, the Ryuko Tsushin and Marquee. Yeah, and yeah, and so etc.
Interesting. Thank you. Are there any other question or comments?
One question, please.
Yes.
Yeah, so you mentioned Yoshizaka, Mr. Yoshizaka,
Yes.
and Zenakis said Zenakis wanted to go back again to architecture.
Yes.
Is there any comments about why he want?
Oh,
so for example, he didn't like composing or something, or some other architecture attracted by architecture or something.
Oh, yeah. Actually, in Yoshizaki, told nothing about it. He only wrote. He told him, and Zenakis wanted to return to architecture, giving up composing. So that's the point. We have to make a research about it in his archive in future. Yeah, maybe. Actually, Yoshizaka wrote a huge amount of writings, and of course, he kept a diary during his stay at the atelier of Le Corbusier. So I think there are very, very abundant writings, personal and the private writing about the Xenakis in his diary and correspondences. So we have to include that kind of commentary with the reception of Xenakis music and Xenakis himself, Xenakis image in Japan.
Is there any archives that we can see his diaries?
Yeah, the archive is located in the Waseda University or the Faculty of Architecture. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. And so a very interesting presentation about the composer who has two phases. One is music and the other is architecture. And so we need to further research into both sides of the composer.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, now we are going to move on to the next. Next is a lecture performance by Yasuko Miyamoto and Mikako Mizuno. The title of the presentation is Zenakis in Japan, Productive Performances and Text Reception.
Zenakis in Japan, Productive Performance and Text Reception. This presentation is a short introduction to the performance of Bombe and Okko by a percussionist Yasuko Miyamoto and others. The structure is short introduction, Bombe with dance, stage interview to Yasuko Miyamoto, Okko. Introduction. Last 2 decades remarkably produced excellent younger players of Zenakis pieces. They were born in Japan and establishing a new phase of Zenakis performance in Japan. They succeeded the first generation who had shared the same years of the avant-garde after World War II with Zenakis. In this short presentation, I shortly look back some performances of Zenakis pieces in Japan. The introductory framework covers only a few performers mentioned along with the generation and their impacts on the musical scene. Here I set 1970s as the first phase of Xenakis reception and 1990s as the second phase. First generation, first phase. As we all know, the first generation of Japanese Xenakis performances were realized by Yuji Takahashi and Aki Takahashi, who presented Xenakis piano pieces as well as his text and philosophical mathematical theories. In 1970s, Yuji Takahashi led Xenakis reception through translating the text, performing the pieces, and writing articles in the magazine Transonic and others. The first collaboration among Xenakis and the Japanese musicians culminated in the Osaka World Fair and the preparatory process of Hibiki Hanama in NHK Electronic Studio. It has made important footprints not only on the musical concept in Japanese contemporary composers, but also on the collaborative work of the musicians together with engineers of electronics. And Evriari and Helmer, as well as the Japan premiere as Shinafai, played by Yuji Takahashi in 1970s, was so fascinating that not a few young musicians or future musicians had determined to proceed to study and research Xenakis theories or tried to get virtuosity of performance. Percussionist Sumire Yoshihara, Yasunori Yamaguchi, and Jun Sugawara should be mentioned as the following generation. They are percussionists and got Xenakis' percussion pieces into their repertoire, and they themselves productively made recordings which became today's established model for Japanese contemporary percussion performance. Yoshihara's performance of Sapphire has been pretty influential also because she and Yamaguchi had been professors in the music college and universities. In the Xenakis workshop of Kyoto Prize on November 12 of 1997, Yoshihara played Sapphire as a celebration for Xenakis. Jun Sugawara had a concert featuring Yuji Takahashi and Xenakis in 1989. Pianists following Takahashi. In 1990s, we saw a new age of pianists who challenged Xenakis' stock 7 Bourret's reality. We mentioned as new generation, Hiroaki Oi, Hideki Nagano, Tomoko Yazawa. Hiroaki Oi is an autodidact pianist, a multi-keyboard player. In July 1996, Hiroaki Oi, born in 1968, that means he was the youngest Xenakis player at that time, got a lot of attention when he played the piano solo of Shinafai. 3 concerts conducted by Michiyoshi Inoue were held in Tokyo and Kyoto featuring Oi as the soloist. The performance in Kyoto was recorded, and Xenakis got the recording, publisher Sarabea. As Xenakis listened to the recording, he said that Japanese musicians are very nice. Since then, the publisher Sarabel used the recording as an exemplary reference of Shinafai. Oi played Shinafai also recording for Arturo Tamayo in 2002, and in 2004 he played Erickson also for recording with Arturo Tamayo. Oi wrote in the booklet of Sarabel, Jose Xenakis, before tackling Shinafai, it is necessary to go through his 3 solo piano pieces carefully. The more training you have, the more you may be frustrated that you cannot play the music at sight, and Oi played the keyboard pieces by Xenakis in 1 concert of 2011. And this year, 2012, he played Keklops Japan premiere with New Japan Philharmonic conducted by Michiyoshi Inoue. Summer festivals and the prize by Suntory Foundation for the Arts. The Millennium successors had experienced several big Xenakis events in Japan in their younger days, such as world premiere in Tokyo of Horos, commissioned by Suntory Hall, Kyoto Prize celebration concert for Xenakis in 1997, and Suntory Hall's original production of Oresteia in 1997. Suntory Summer Festival thematized Xenakis again and had 2 nights of Xenakis pieces. The first night, chamber music, the second night, orchestra. In 2012, Suntory Summer Festival created its original production of Oresteia. The baritone singer, Takashi Matsudaira, known as a specialist of Stockhausen, appeared marvelous voice in Oresteia with the percussionist Hideki Ikegami. The stage sound plan were designed by Sumihisa Arima. Sumihisa Arima is a key person for today's electronic staging in Japan, and he worked as a sound designer and operator also in Persepolis, produced in Akiyoshi-dai in 2020. Persepolis in Akiyoshi-dai was an open-air electroacoustic performance, and thanks to the sound operator Sumihisa Arima and to the lighting designer Tomomi Adachi, this concert got Saji Keizo Prize of Suntory Foundation for the Arts. And in the year of centennial, 2022, there have been several concerts thematizing Xenakis, such as Culture Musico Trio Accordes de Juan, Izumi Sinfonietta, Ichiro no Daira and Arditi Quartet, New Japan Philharmonic Orchestra, Kekrops, Kuniko Kato Xenakis and Dance in Saitama, Suntory Summer Festival, 100% Xenakis, Ninfe Art, Kunitachi College of Music. Now I present Yasuko Miyamoto. When she encountered Xenakis' score, she was shocked because she didn't know how to interpret the notation. She took 2 months to rewrite by herself the seemingly graphic notation of Sappha into normal type of musical score. Miyamoto is deeply impressed by Yasunori Yamaguchi and Sumire Yoshihara concerning the performing style of contemporary music. And it was Sumire Yoshihara who directly showed how to perform Sappha. In contrast to Stockhausen's pieces in which performers have heavy duty, like a lot of indications concerning how to use the mallets or necessity of memorizing with the tape sounds, Xenakis pieces, Miyamoto says, give us performers free selections which demand performers' imagination. As for Lubombe, the composer indicated to play the wooden instruments, so Miyamoto tried with wood blocks. But she must give up simply played the wood blocks because it's impossible to play pianissimo tremolo with normal wood blocks. Her teacher, Sumire Yoshihara, put several rubber bands on the wood block and muted it. Miyamoto realized performing Xenakis should mean to find the way to create a tambo. It demands the performer's imagination. The dancer Tamae Ogawa made a table of rhythm from the score of Lubombe as choreography notation. Keeping the beat of semi-quaver, the dancers imposed the accents and made interesting movements. Concerning the second video of performance, Miyamoto herself talks in the interview video how she and her collaborators approach to the timbre of Xenakis and how interesting is the composer's citation from Lubombe to Okko and vice versa. Let's move on to the performance.
クセナキスの打楽器作品についてということで、
はい、
打楽器奏者として、いろいろとご苦労なさっているということがお話を伺いましたけれども、そのあたりのことをちょっと詳しくお話しいただけたらと思います。
はい、
よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。クセナキスのパーカッションのソロのために書かれた作品は、サッファー、それからルボン AB です。で、今日はルボン B のお話をさせていただこうと思ってるんですけれども、こちらの作品は楽器の指定にウッドブロック5つと書かれています。ただ楽譜を見ると、そのウッドブロックをピアニッシモでトレモロで、しかも片手でと書かれているので、私たち打楽器奏者はそこでまずつまずき、どうしたらそのような演奏ができるのか、そこを考えています。で、さまざまなアイデアがあるので、今日そちらの方を少し紹介しようと思います。こちらにある楽器が、ウッドブロックと言います。こちらがオリジナルですね。で、ここに、ゴムを巻いてます。輪ゴムを巻いてます。これをつけることによって、果たしてどのようなトレモロができるか聞いてみてください。そしてこちらにあるウッドブロックもはい、このように今は、片手で2本のマレットを持ってこう挟み込んでトレモロをするという奏法もご紹介しました。そしてこちらにあるもの、これは実は本当の木なんですけれども、日曜大工屋さんで買ってきて、このように5つの木、いろんな音程の5つの木を置いて演奏します。ちょっと演奏してみますね。このように木の材質や種類や大きさによって全然違う音色が楽しめると思うんですけれども、やはり演奏家自分の好きな音色を見つけてこれらの楽器を作って、そしてルボン B を演奏するということが私たちもとっても楽しいです。
ありがとうございました。
はい、
そして、今度はその、おこのについてですけれども、はい、これは3つのジャンベのために書かれたものですけれども、今回はその3つのジャンベではなくてマルチパーカッションということをですね、ご選択なさいましたけど、そのあたりについてもちょっとお話しいただけますか。
はい、こちらジャンベでというやはり指定があったんですけれども、まずジャンベという楽器のことについてなんですが、西アフリカ一帯で、伝統的に演奏されている楽器なんですね。で、こちらにちょっとあるんですけども、これがジャンベと言います。革がヤギの皮などが使用されています。そして、バチとかではなくて、実は素手で演奏する楽器でありまして、例えば叩く場所や手の形によって音色が変化します。で、少しちょっと聞いていただけますね。ありがとうございます。このようにさまざまな種類の音色が出ます。 本当はおこはこのジャンベでと指示があるんですけれども、6種類から9種類の音色で使い分けて演奏してくださいって書かれているので、私たちにとったらやはりそのジャンベっていうのは伝統的な楽器で、もう西洋音楽クラシックの打楽器を学んできたという意味で、より鮮明に綿密に、この6種類の9種類の音音色をね変えるんであれば、マルチパーカッションがいいかなと考えました。で、今回はジャンベじゃなくてマルチパーカッションで置き換えて演奏します。で、楽譜を見てどの楽器が似合うかなと思って研究して、今回はバスドラムや、ダブルヘッドのトムトム、両面に皮が張ってあるトムトムですね。それから片面だけに、皮が張ってあるシングルトム、そしてこちらにあるボンゴ、これを使用して、6種類の音を、演奏します。それとやはり楽譜を見るととても細かい指示もありまして、その中でやはりこう叩くものですね、バチ類、そちらの方も私たち研究したんですけれども、例えば、こちらにある、スティック、これは普段のスティックよりも少し太めで、太めの、重みのあるマレットを使ってバチを使っています。それとこちらが、ティンパニーのマレット、これ少し柔らかめのソフトな音が出ます。そしてこちらは、バスドラムの大太鼓の、ビーターになります。はい、それとこちらは、マレット、ゴム、先がゴムでできているマレットですね。こちらも使用してます。そしてこれが確か小さな細い棒、木の棒という指示があったので、こちらは、日曜大工屋さんで、買ってきて、ここにちょっと持つところになんかゴムみたいのをつけて滑りにくくするように、作ったりとか、こちらは菜箸ですね。ちょっと普通の菜箸よりも太めの菜箸で、演奏してます。という感じで、こういった種類のバッジを使ってさまざまな音色を作り出しています。
はい、ありがとうございます。ここに3つのセットがありますけど、それがそれぞれ1つのジャンベに相当するということになるわけですよね。
そうです。
ちょっと音を出して、聞かせていただけ、そのジャンベの音と比べてみると面白いかなと思うんですけど、はい、いかがでしょう。
そしたらお願いします。まずはバスドラムですね。そしてジャンベ、それとじゃあちょっとカーンという音を聞かしましょうか。ボンゴとカーンってやつ。はい、スティックでジャンベ、このような感じですかね。
はい、ありがとうございます。やっぱりマルチパーカッションの方が差異が際立つ感じがしますね。
そうですね。
はい、ありがとうございます。そして最後にあとお聞きしたいことは、ルボンですね。はい、A、A というのかな。それのフレーズがおこの中にも出てくるというお話をしていただいたんですけど、そのあたりのこともちょっとお話しいただけたらと思いますけど。
はい、おこの作品ができたのが1989年で、ルボン AB もその年に完成されたということで、実は打楽器のみの作品ではおこが最後の作品と言われてます。で、同じ年に完成されたということもあるのかちょっとわからないんですけれども、お香の中にちょっとラストの方にルボン A の、モチーフフレーズがね出てきまして、こちら3人でユニゾンをしたり、もしくはちょっとカノン的に順番にそのルボン A のフレーズが出てきたり、演奏家にとったらすごく興味深くて楽しくてワクワクするような構成になってます。で、今日一緒に演奏してくれるんですけれども、 今ドイツのフライブルクに住んでまして、ドイツの方を中心に、活躍してます久保七重さん。それと、今神戸に在住で、日本でもとても活動たくさんの演奏会の活動をしてます島田夏美さん。そして最後に名前を言い忘れてました、同志社女子大学の、非常勤講師をしてます宮本靖子です。3人で演奏させていただきます。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
Thank you so much. So now we will have a lunch break. So the afternoon session will start 1 p.m. in Japan time. See you again. So we also have a breakout room, so people can go out and go to the breakout room and have some communication. Thank you. Yes. Hello again. We are starting session 3. Session 3 is the chair is Mr. Takaku. Please, Mr. Takaku.
Hi, hello. I'm Satoru Takaku, the moderator of the session 3, the first session in the afternoon. So now let's start our session. And the first presenter is the Suzuki Yoshihisa, report of the UP Sketch workshop in Japan. So please start, Mr. Suzuki.
Hello, I am Yoshihisa Suzuki. I will now report on the UP Sketch workshop that was held in Nagoya, Japan in May. About 30 people participated in the workshop. It was a very meaningful workshop. Now, please watch the video of the workshop.
お手元に、スマホないし、iPad かな、お持ちでしょうか。大丈夫ですかね。そうですね。大丈夫そうですね。はい。では早速アイコンタップしていただいて、こちらの画面ありましたね。大丈夫ですか。大丈夫そうですね。何か分かんないことだったら全然止めていただいて大丈夫なのでゆっくりいきましょう。ということで、この画面が開けましたということで、一番最初何しましょう。いや、まず書きたいですね。そうですね。書きたい。何をともあれ、まず線を書いてみたい。線書きましょう。そうですね。線を書きたい。そうですね。線を書きたいということで、まずこの画面上にボタンがたくさんあるんですけど、基本的に操作はこのボタンを中心にやっていきます。はい。では早速このペンのボタンありますね。ペンですね。手とバツの間のこのペンのボタンをタップしていただくと、はい。これ左側。やってくれれば。線書きましたか？大丈夫ですか？線書けないよって人いたら、線書けないよって人いたら、近くのスタッフに声かけていただいて、全然気軽にハマってらっしゃいます。変な音がたくさん出ますね。安心する。一回僕の再生していいですか？どうぞどうぞ。じゃあここで再生のボタンをこの右上のこのアイコンがあります。これですね。このボタンで、YouTube の再生のボタンポンと押していただくと押します。はい、いいですね。という音が聞こえます。で、停止はこの右上のポンってやつで、止まりますね。これ画面右の方に行っちゃったんですけど、これ戻せないですかね。こういう時はですね、戻し方説明しますね。画面の操作の仕方は、手のひらボタン。はい。ポンポンって押していただいて、で、1本指で左側にシュッシュッと。スマホと同じ感覚で。同じ感覚で。これ2本指で。そうですね。2本指でやると拡大縮小。なので、細かい線とかが書きたいなっていう時は拡大していただいて、そうするとこの下のところの1秒2秒のところも結構拡大するので、ここで細かい線とか書きやすくなるかな。そうですね。こんな風に書きやすくなるかなって思います。ここまで大丈夫そうですか？じゃあ次やってみましょう。また重ねちゃいます。はい、また重ねちゃいましょう。じゃあせっかくなら別の音を重ねてみましょうか。じゃあシンセでいきますか。シンセの何しましょう。ストリングス、弦楽器的なやつ。そう、弦の意味ですね。じゃあ押しまして、でペンですね。ペンをポチッとやっていただいて、ピシュッと書いていただく。簡単ですね。これは簡単ですね。ピュッピュッピュッ。いいそうですね。いいですね。いい感じですね。そう、こういうふうに重ねていって、結構ぐちゃぐちゃになっちゃうんですけど、全体が見たいっていう思うんです。全体が見たいです。あなたにここの右上のここですね。真ん中の四角に囲まれた矢印が四方が囲まれているところをポンと押してあげると、ポチッと全体の感じが出て、でもうちょっと全然大丈夫なので。で、最後にこれなかなか気づけないんですけど、こちら矢印ボタン、矢印ボタンありますね。こちらで、まず移動かな、線の移動、 線の場所を移動させることができます。まあ、この選択してシューっていうふうに好きな位置に線を移動することができます。
なるほ
ど。はい、またですね、これもなかなか難しいんですけど、この線のこの四角の右端のこの小さいこの四角、白い四角を見ますか、これをドラッグというか引っ張ってあげたりすると、右左にこの線が
縮めたり伸ばした
りすることができます。
移動させて。
これ結構難しいんですけど、できましたか？大丈夫そうですか？この小さいこの四角のところを移動させてあげると伸ばしたり縮んだりできて、この四角のこの大きなところを選択してこうやって動かしてあげると移動することができる。
なるほ
ど。これ結構難しいんですけど、できました。大丈夫そうですかね。はい、もう作ってらっしゃいますね。じゃあ最後に消し方ですね。
大事です。
これ結構大事ですね。はい、この線もういらないやって消したいなっていう人はさっきのこの矢印のところをタップしていただいて、はい、で消したい線を選択どれでもいいんですけど。
しよろしければお名前かニックネームでも構わないんですが。
岩崎と申します。
よろしくお願いします。こういうのって触ったことありますか？
一応なんかその一応音楽やってる人間なんですけど、なんかそのちょうど線でなんかかける直感的な歌ないかなって思った時にたまたまこれを知って、その時に入れてみてちょっと触った時にこれってのでもうこれすぐ来るの切るよと思ってきて、その時にちょっと触ったことがあったっていう感じではあるんですけど。
普段から音楽家されてるんですね。
違う。
じゃあちょっと聞いてみます。じゃあ再生します。聞いてみていいですか？これスタートはここでいいですか？頭からなんですか？
トがありますね。いや、おじさんになるとこうハートがそういう気持ちですけど、今年になると、いや、なんかこれが音になってるって、いや、なんかすごいいいなと思いました。ありがとうございました。すごいですね。さっきちょっとやってる姿を拝見したんですが、途中で落ちちゃいましたね。処理の限界を超えて、はい、すごいなと思ってちょっと声かけしました。これ全部テクノロジーがひょっとしたら限界超えちゃうかもしれないんですけど、処理速度が追いつかないかもしれませんので、ちょっと再生してみましょうか。はい、じゃあ再生ボタンお願いします。こういうのっていうのは触れられたことあります？
全くないです。はい、今日が初めて。
普通音楽っていうと、
はい、
なんかドレミファソラシドを想像する
そうですよね。鍵盤があったりとか、はい。
どうですかね、こういうツールというかこういう発想。
線がそのまま音になるっていうのがすごく面白いですね。これ絵だったらどうなるのかなとか。
そうですね。
ただ絵はちょっとこれだとか。
書きにくい、そうなんですけど、逆に戻るとあれができなくて。
はい。それがもう本当に絵とかイラストとかが音になるっていう。本当にさっきの設計図じゃないんですけど、設計図がそのまま例えば音になったらすごく面白いですね。
なんか音楽のこう多様性みたいなのが出てくる。
はい。
じゃあ早速聞いてみてよろしいでしょうか。
はい。
じゃあ再生ボタンお願いします。このワークショップ僕は初めてやるんですけど、本当にこうなんていうんでしょう、一般のいろんな年齢層の方に触ってもらうのは初めてで、どんなことになるかなって実は不安であったんですけど、すごいこう、楽しんでいただけて本当に自分自身嬉しいというのと、クセナキスもまさか自分のこういった、ユキックから生まれたものが何十年も経てみんなでこう触ってる姿をもしも見たらすごいきっと嬉しいんだろうなとか思いながらですね、見ていました。本日はどうもありがとうございました。
As you can see, everyone enjoyed the workshop very much. I found the application easy to handle, even for the inexperienced musician, and the possibility of experiencing the world of Xenakis very meaningful. I will continue to enjoy workshops on technology and music through UP Sketch. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for very interesting presentation, a report of the UP Sketch workshop in Japan. Watching that video, I was very moved because when the Xenakis brought UPIC system to Japan, it was in 1985, if my memory is correct. I tried. I went to the workshop of the UPIC system, and I tried to do the UPIC system. Yeah, but at that time, the UPIC system was so huge, so big. But now it become very, very compact, so small, and used with the smartphone and the tablet. I feel very much the technology's development, and so we have another 6 minutes, and anyone who want to just give a question? So anyone who would like to give a question?
So, sorry, I have a question, or no, not question, but comment. I participated in the workshop myself, but before the workshop, Mr. Suzuki made pre-workshop for university students. So maybe is it some problem? Is there any problems to use the system or software to use for university students also?
Yes. For example, UP Sketch save command is very difficult menu, but UP Sketch version 2 or version 1 is best, but 3 is not good.
Not so good.
Not so good.
Oh, not so
good. So many test and trial and error. So yes.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. So anyone else who would like to give a question? No? Yeah, okay, so I have one question. Could you tell us the condition of the workshop a little bit more detailed? That is, for example, how many are the minutes did a student and the participant? How many times did a participant and student have a time for composition, compose with the UP Sketch system? And what is the difference between student's piece and the participant's music?
So workshop schedule is at first lecture about 30 minutes, free time for creation about 30 minutes, and concert is about 30 minutes. Yeah, but participants is very enjoy and very creative. So 30, I think that 30 minutes is very short, but
Yes, very short.
Very short, but that is enough time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, I agree with you. Yes, all the participants, music and students, pieces are very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
students' piece is
university
students. Maybe about 1 week.
1 week.
1 week.
Mm-hmm.
1 week.
I see. So they are more elaborated. No? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see. Yeah. So that is the last call for questions. So anyone questions? No?
If no question, we can start next.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so thank you very much,
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Suzuki. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So our next presentation is that's a little bit special form. Two presentations successively as one. So the first presentation is Zanos Yanis and Ikeda Takumi live coding games extending Yanis-Xenakis musical game strategies. And the next one, Ikeda Takumi and Zanos Yanis are Phoenix and Albatross, a telematic live coding performance based on Xenakis musical strategy compositions. Yeah, and it will take about 50 minutes. And when we finish the two presentations, we have question and the answer sessions for about 10 minutes. Yeah. So let's start.
In this paper, we present an attempt to reinterpret aspects of Xenakis' work in the context of 21st century performance practice, using live coding and embodied performance or dance with sensors. Xenakis worked at a time when live interaction with computers was just starting. He worked mostly with non-interactive computer systems, but at the same time, he launched the visionary Project UPIC to develop technology that enabled interactive sound design. Thus, we view the creation of interactive works based on Xenakis' vision as a natural and necessary continuation of his legacy. In fact, the present project takes a radical stance towards this idea. It engages at the same time with three currently challenging aspects in the field of contemporary computer music and performance. These are: 1. Live coding. That is the execution of code during the performance in order to generate the event sequences and the sound generating processes that produce the music. 2. Linking human body movement to sound generation or embodied performance. In our case, dancers use sensors to influence the parameters of the sound generating processes and thus to fundamentally modify the qualities of the sound during the performance. Dancers become almost like instrumentalists interpreting the piece with one important difference. They in fact enter in dialogue with the live coders by influencing the synthesis process specified by the code in real time. 3. Enabling distributed mode of performance worldwide through the internet. Performers play the piece in different venues and different locations at the same time, sharing control data and code over the internet to communicate and create one distributed performance. The work which is presented here is based on the part of Xenakis' work which is by far less performed than any other. This consists of 3 works based on game theory, dual, strategy, and linear agon, which incorporate a live simulation of a game within the performance itself. As a result, these works are extremely difficult to perform instrumentally on stage, because they involve making of live choices by the performers based on complex game rules. On the other hand, such a setting is naturally more suitable for performance in a setting involving computers in real time. Computers could in fact perform a simulation of the game in real time without the intervention of humans, as is in fact often done in game simulations for both peaceful and non-peaceful conflict scenarios. In our piece, we introduce the human performance factor by relying on the performers to make the choices based on live calculations and spontaneous choice, using the computer to track the score and to provide visual cues about the state of the game. In his introduction to the chapter on musical strategy, Xenakis describes the idea of heteronymous music as a way to introduce a concept of external conflict between opposing orchestras or instrumentalists. The sonic discourse which arises in this setting is seen by Xenakis as a very strict, although often stochastic, succession of sets of acts of sonic opposition. We regard this setting as a fundamental aspect of the aesthetic and musical goals of the works discussed here. Xenakis explains that this kind of heteronomy is present in traditional musical forms, as for example in Indian classical music, where the instrumentalists engage in playful competitive musical dialogue. In fact, there are also references to this genre in classical Western music, as for example in the genre of battaglia, mainly in the 17th and 18th century. A prominent example inspired by this genre is the work by Claudio Monteverdi, Il combattimento di Tancredi e Clorinda, 1624, based on Canto 12 from Torquato Tasso's Gerusalemme Liberata. Additionally, Xenakis' work in this field coincides in a way with major events in geopolitics on the one hand, and with budding developments in computer and telecommunications technology on the other. In geopolitics, the Cold War conflict between the USA and the Soviet Union was a decisive factor in the development of game theory. The biography of Nobel Prize winner John Nash is a dramatic example of this. Another characteristic event in this context is the Cuba Missile Crisis of 1962, which happened in the same year as the composition of Strategy by Yanis Xenakis. In computer technology, the development of computer games coincides with the birth of interactivity in computing and has become a driving factor in the field. Computer games are now interlinked with the development of virtual reality and so-called virtual worlds such as the metaverse. Our work approaches the potential of this field from the grassroots or rhizomatic perspective of open source and do-it-yourself practices. In this way, we want to point out an alternative, playful, and creative approach to technology that emphasizes empowerment of the artist and independence from large multinational gaming, social media, and virtual reality corporations. In parallel, we are aware of other performance forms that employ the battle paradigm in popular culture, such as dance battles, as well as the hacking marathons of the demo scene subculture, which open alternative creative approaches to mainstream gaming technology. The background for this project is provided by a telematic dance project started by Yanis Zanos in 2018 as part of a sabbatical residency at the University of Arts of Tokyo, which resulted in a series of collaborations with Japanese dancers and composers. The online live coding framework that enabled the collaboration was developed by Zanos with the help of senior undergraduate students and of postdoctoral students at the Department of Audiovisual Arts of the Ionian University, where he works. This framework does not rely on streaming audio over the network. Instead, only program code and sensor data are streamed over the network using the UDP-based protocol Open Sound Control. The sound is then synthesized on Super Collider locally at each venue. In other words, one may say that the score as well as the movements of the interpreters are broadcast over the network, and the instruments that render the score are the computers at each venue. This method requires the minimum amount of data to be sent over the network and is therefore very fast. In 2021, Zanos approached the composer Takumi Ikeda, who is an experienced Super Collider programmer and performer, and proposed a collaboration along the above lines. The collaboration gradually developed into the present project in the course of several online as well as face-to-face meetings. Soon, Ikeda became familiar with this framework and contributed sound processes algorithms that formed the main skeleton for the present piece and performances. Starting in 2022, we rehearsed these algorithms in live coding sessions with dancers in Greece, with Ikeda joining us remotely, live coding over the network. In parallel, we worked on models of the game described by Meta-Xenakis in Chapter 4 of Formalized Music. In early September of 2022, we performed a first full version of the piece in Tokyo, while the Greek dancer Tassos Papaspetridis joined us from Athens over the network. We present this session in video at the end of the present talk. The presentation is now continued by Mr. Ikeda, who will discuss his work based on Xenakis.
Yanis Xenakis' orchestral work, Duel, 1959, is a game for 56 musicians, divided into 2 orchestras, with 2 conductors, based on game theory, or in other words, the mathematical theory of gameplay. The players of the game are 2 conductors, and the orchestras play tactics chosen by the conductors. Tactics correspond to individual cards in a card game. In the score of the piece, tactics correspond to score sections which have clearly distinguishable sonic characteristics. The 2 conductors take turns choosing tactics, like playing cards, to achieve a high score. The orchestral music is generated as a byproduct of the game, so its performance is intended to realize the game, not music. In his formalized music, Xenakis called music controlled by other elements heteronomous music that have nothing to do with music and resembles more an experiment in game theory. In Xenakis terminology, this is called autonomous music, or la musique pour la musique. The tactics are not randomly selected. The process of competition by the conductors automatically limits the tactics that conductors can choose. The limitation of possibility causes certain tendencies in the music that is generated. Xenakis examined the desirability of sound combinations in creating game rules defined as a payoff matrix or game matrix in his terms. Therefore, the execution of the game automatically generates music that he generally finds favorable. Also, different music is generated each time the game is played. In Ikeda's view, this is a humanized version of algorithmic composition, usually realized by computers. Xenakis' game theory works, Duel, Strategy, 1962, and Linnea Agon, 1972, are rarely performed due to their extreme technical complexity to prepare and to perform. Linnea Agon, in particular, requires the performers to choose their own tactics while playing an extremely difficult score, forcing them to decide what to play in advance. which is a realistic approach. Ikeda believes that the lack of these performance opportunities has led to a lack of validation of the game itself. The dual rules themselves can easily be written in a programming language. Running it as a simulation or a game program rather than with an orchestra or musical score would allow refining Xenakis' idea of the musical game he envisioned. After receiving a proposal from Professor Yanis Zanos for a remote performance based on Duel, Ikeda created a version of the game Matrix described by Xenakis in Formalized Music. After running several simulations of games on a computer, he discovered that the rules of these matrices do not result in a fair game, but are biased to let the first player win more often than the second player. Xenakis also mentions this property and the need to create a fair game. In the quest to create such a fair game, Ikeda created a 7x7 game matrix, which was first performed live by two improvisers and Ikeda's own referee. Here we show the game matrix represented as the score for Ikeda's piece, Reisan Albatros. The symbols at the top and left margins of the matrix frame approximate the character of the textures that the improvisers are asked to produce, namely, as indicated in the legend, repetition, random movement, and static sound. Furthermore, the tactics include two types of instruments, a Japanese instrument, shakuhachi, and a Western instrument, either trumpet or violin, depending on the player. This is thus at the same time an experiment in Western-Eastern sonic sensibility. The collaborative duo Ikeda-Zanos was conceived as a new piece called Phoenix Albatros. The idea of East-West dialogue from Reisan Albatros led to the formulation of the new piece's title Phoenix Albatros, namely Phoenix in reference to the mythical bird of Chinese mythology, Ho-Oh, and Albatros in reference to the albatross in The Rime of the Ancient Mariner by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. This seemed fitting as the piece was conceived to be performed telematically from Greece and Japan at the same time. In the version which is presented here, the piece was performed in Greece by a third interpreter, namely dancer Tassos Pappas Petridis, through sensors that additionally controlled and modulated the textures defined by Super Collider. This performance is thus true to the name of the piece, Phoenix Albatros, even if the musical performers were both situated in Suidobashi, Tokyo, at the time of the performance. Ikeda created a model of the game logic in Super Collider, as well as a graphic display of the matrix, which both players consult at each move. We call the two players X, Phoenix, and Y, Albatros. Player X chooses moves from the columns of the matrix, and player Y chooses moves from the rows of the matrix. At each move, the matrix display updates to show which row or column has been chosen by the move of the last player. The other player has the responsibility to choose from that row or column one cell which maximizes the possibilities of winning the game. Player X must choose the greatest value from the column indicated by the most recent choice of player Y, and player Y must choose the smallest value from the row, indicated by the most recent choice of player X. In the game matrix, a positive number is a profit for X, and at the same time, it means a loss for Y. A negative number is a loss for X, and at the same time, it means a profit for Y. So, this is called a zero-sum game. Contrary to Race and Albatross, in this performance, there is no referee. Instead, the two performers, Ikeda and Zanos, are responsible for choosing the best move by consulting the points written on the game matrix. It would be very easy to create a function that chooses the best move for each player and suggests it or plays it automatically. However, we decided on purpose to leave this task to the players themselves. This increases the demand for concentration and creates a real sense of suspense, which is part of the human and musical aspect of the performance. Ikeda prepared drafts of sound textures in Super Collider. He replaced the 7x7 matrix through a 6x6 matrix, while making sure that the matrix remained fair to both players. Here we show an example of the gameplay. The first player may choose any of the 6 tactics in the first move. In this game, Phoenix chose Tactic 0. The musical performance of Phoenix begins at the same time as the tactical choice is made. The code in the tactic function generates the sound we hear now. Player tactics are displayed as green cells on the game matrix. In the game matrix, scoring is a combination of the tactics of both players. In the first move, the opponent's tactics do not exist, so Phoenix does not score any points. Albatross should choose a negative number of green cells in his next move, because in a zero-sum game, negative numbers benefit Albatross. In the second move, Albatross also chose Tactic 0. Albatross got 1 point. Phoenix should choose a positive number of green cells in the next move, because in a zero-sum game, positive numbers benefit Phoenix. In the third move, Phoenix chose Tactic 2. Phoenix got 3 points. After this, the game proceeds in the same manner. The music changes as the game progresses. These musical changes were generated by the game matrix and the choices of the two players. once two players have scored 8 times each, the game automatically ends.
We present now a recording of Phoenix Albatross made in Futari Suidobashi, Tokyo, and Omicron 3 Athens on September 10th, 2022.
今のゲームは池田が18点で、ヤニスさんが19点ということで、ヤニスさんの勝ちということでした。なかなかちょっとこれちゃんと説明すると難しいので、まあ、詳しくはご興味ありましたらぜひちょっと聞きに来てください。では、続いては、ヤニスさんがファーストプレイヤーで入言語をお願いします。
始まります。
はい。池田が14で、ヤニスさんが16点ということで、ヤニスさんの勝利でございました。はい、2回とも勝ちました。はい。
So thank you very much. Very, very inspiring presentation by Professor Zanos and the Mr. Ikeda Takumi. Yeah, and now we have about 10 minutes for the question and answer sessions. And of course, anyway, if you would like to give a comment, it's very, very welcome. So first, Professor Mizuno has given us this question. Is the dancer improvising, or was he given any ideas of structure of movement by the composers? So how about Professor Zanos?
The dancer is improvising, but we have worked with this dancer since 2018, since October 2018. And we have had many rehearsals and discussed at length about the parameters, the sound aesthetics, and the dance aesthetics. Yes.
Mhm.
And we are continuing this, and there are also other works where there is less improvisation.
Mhm. Yeah, thank you very much. So how about the Professor Mizuno?
Thank you very much for answering. You have some collaboration since 2018, and but actually the dancer is hearing the sound and responding to the sound.
Yes, that is the idea.
Ah.
Feedback is very important also as a research topic.
Yes. Oh,
yes. To the sound.
Yes. Yes. And I have another question. You and Mr. Ikeda have the duo, and I don't understand the game rule, minute game rule, but the audience can know the rule of the game before the concert or before the performance.
We did not do this because of time constraints, but it would be possible. We have a score,
Mm-hmm.
We have the rules, which are like Xenakis, similar.
Yeah.
And then we can say these are the combinations which are good,
mm-hmm.
The points for each player. Yes, we can.
Yes. Yeah, very interesting and very unique performance, I think. Yeah, sorry, please.
Thank you. I'm very thankful for Mr. Ikeda.
Yeah. Yes. Ikeda's
feedback. A lot of work.
Yeah, Mr. Ikeda, I know him very well, but he's very nice improviser.
Yes.
And my last question is about the telematic. Your presentation included just explanation about the telematic. In the performance video, it's the telematic element is included. Or I understand it. I understood between Greek and Japan the telematic performance.
Yes.
Is it your experiment or already did it? Or you did it already at Greek and Japan?
This performance is between Greece and Japan in real time. In real time.
Yeah. In real time. I think in the cinematic performance, we are talking sometimes about the latency. The code becomes late. So did you have any problem about latency for your performance or aesthetic things? So the latency is concerning your performance or not?
This particular tool that we are using is very fast.
Mm-hmm.
And we did measure when we were doing the technical preparation with Mr. Ikeda between me in Athens and him in Tokyo.
Mm-hmm.
And it is less than 200 milliseconds to go to Tokyo and back. So it is about 1/10 of a second, which is very fast.
Very fast, yeah.
For our practical purposes, it is enough.
Enough. So the latency doesn't bother your performance.
No. It's faster than the resolution of the sensors and the system.
Yeah. Oh, very nice. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Mizuno. And next question is from David Lieberman. Have you considered the dancer as lead, or that the movement generates the sound?
In this case, we give the algorithm, but the dancer is able to modulate the sound of the algorithm. We have considered, in fact, the possibility of a dancer choosing the algorithm or choosing between algorithms or triggering algorithms. But we haven't yet been able to find an implementation to try it out. And additionally, if we succeed in doing that, we would like to have dancers collaborate, where one dancer is like a conductor conducting the score and choosing, and another dancer is modulating the sound. Yes, these are very interesting possibilities, but we haven't yet been able to go as far as to try them out, because it's technically quite demanding, but it's in our agenda for very close future. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So how about Professor Zhang's comment, Mr. David Lieberman, if you don't mind, please mute off and give some comment, please.
Yes, certainly. It's also my ambition. What I find between dancers and sound, that very often, whether it's algorithm-based or simply an Arduino response, that it doesn't give a true interactivity. And I think there's a potential there where it, as you were suggesting, of true collaboration, whether it's dancers and dancers and software, dancers and musicians, or at a certain point, and I suppose it's my architecture background coming through, whether or not the instrument, in fact, itself is the stage, and that it is a contributing factor. Janos, I think we should talk further, and there is potential for collaboration.
Yes,
so thank you very much.
Make me very happy. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr.
And I will have some dancers. Well, I don't want to spoil it in the next hour.
Yeah, thank you very much. So now our question and answer session is getting a little bit hot. Yeah, that's very good. So anyone question or comments?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, very technical, basic technical question. Sorry, and you and Ikeda-san use Super Collider. So is it specific to Super Collider, or that's the reason why you use Super Collider is Ikeda-san is very good at Super Collider. So do you have any other program or sound producing program like Max MSP or something like that? Sorry, Janos, mic is muted. Yes.
Yes, I moved away from Max MSP as soon as Super Collider arrived because it was better for me. In fact, I moved away from Max MSP before Max MSP, when it was still Max, when I was studying here in Tokyo, and I was using Max, and I needed to expand it. So the short answer is to do this kind of thing in Max would be extremely difficult. And it would almost not be possible to do this by exchanging code, because it is not a code-based software. And of course, I have been looking around for other software, but Super Collider is just far above for the possibilities. And just as a concrete example, to model the game like Ikeda-san did and to run the simulation, that would only be possible in Super Collider or in something like Ruby. Yes. But Ruby does not make sound. So it's the only environment in which you can do sound in real time and programming in real time well enough to do this task. It's really very powerful. And I am dedicated to also doing evangelism and introducing other students and helping other people to be able to use this as an instrument because of its power. Yes.
Yeah, I see. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Oh, very unfortunately, the time is running out now. So now we are closing. Yeah, that's our session. So thank you very much for everyone.
Thank you, everyone. And so just now we have another coffee break, 50 minutes.
Oh.
So finally, we are going to the last session, session 4. The chair is Professor Keita Matsumiya, please.
Thank you so much for your introduction, Professor Mikako Mizuno. I am Keita Matsumiya, moderator of session number 4. On this last session of Japan Leg, there are 2 presentations on architecture, space, and music. The first speaker is Professor David Lieberman. His presentation is titled Listening to Architecture. Go ahead.
Architecture is listening. Architecture is dancing. Not all architecture can be seen. In furthering the assertion that architecture is a performing art, not fine art, the work reinterprets the ideas of sieve theory, granular synthesis, and arborescence as strategies of architectural composition, demonstrating the manner in which Meta-Xenakis has established parameters for pushing the boundaries and the understandings of architectures in an extended comprehension of time. Elevations are considered as the threshold and transition between inside and outside, architecture and landscape, and in terms of framing views and choreographing perceptions and movements in the permeability of a thickened wall, the threshold of transition, manipulating sound and light as palpable materials of spatial containment, interrogating the intended and the unexpected as we move through and occupy the spaces defined by the physical constructs afforded by the ambitions and intentions of built form. The elevation is the instrument of transformation, not simply a cloak or veil of stylistic expressions, and in its making offers memories and experiences of a continually evolving appreciation of space and of place. It is appropriate that this discussion is hosted in Japan, where time is very different, and listening is a critical component of architecture. The proposition is a challenge to architects and to architecture to reconsider the evolution of forms and ideas in developing considerations for buildings and for the spaces of encounter in the contemporary city. The lexicon of terminologies and descriptors for music and architecture is at first glance similar, but is in fact quite different in its interpretations and in its applications, utilizing terms associated with the music of Xenakis as architectural strategies. Granular synthesis is a sound synthesis method that operates in the microsound timescale. Multiple grains may be layered on top of each other and may play at different speeds, phases, volume, and frequency, among other parameters. At low speeds of playback, the result is a soundscape, or cloud, that is manipulable in a manner unlike that for natural sound sampling or other synthesis techniques. At high speeds, the result is heard as a note or notes of a novel timbre. By varying the waveform, envelope, duration, spatial position, and density of the grains, many different sounds can be produced and have been used for musical purposes, as sound effects, raw material for further processing by other synthesis or digital signal processing, or as complete musical works in their own right. Conventional effects that can be achieved include amplitude modulation and time stretching. More experimentally, stereo or multi-channel scattering, random reordering, disintegration, and morphing, all are possible. Meta-Xenakis was the first to explicate a compositional theory for grains of sound, adopting the following lemma: all sound, even continuous musical variation, is conceived as an assemblage of a large number of elementary sounds adequately disposed in time. In the attack, body, and decline of a complex sound, thousands of pure sounds appear in the composition, analogique AB for string orchestra and tape. Curtis Rhodes was the first to implement granular synthesis on a computer. This includes sounds on a time scale shorter than musical notes, the sound object time scale, and longer than the sample time scale. These sounds include transient audio phenomena and signal processing. Microtime is the level of sonic or oral syntax, or the time-varying distribution of spectral energy. The potentials of computer-generated spatiality and algorithmic-derived forms need be rooted in the physics of structure and the inherent performative qualities of materials as traditional craft, and in the invention and innovation of emerging technologies and hybridization. It must also be acknowledged that there is much to be appreciated and discovered in the actualization process due to misalignment and the limits of precision, or rather the opportunities of imprecision, and to the nature of human delivery, to fabrication and assembly, and most importantly, to performance. Design methodology is the reasoning of synthesis, in which several elements and influences are combined, often seemingly unrelated elements, to produce architectures. And it need be questioned. The nature of the time of architecture is, or is architecture a navigational and chronological device or instrument? Sieve theory is a set of general techniques in number theory designed to count, or more realistically, to estimate the size of sifted sets of integers. Meta-Xenakis criticized serial music, proposing and developing a set of compositional procedures which were based on probabilistic laws framed under the principle of indeterminism. Sieve theory represented a return to deterministic strategies for composing. Examination of Xenakis' notes and sketches from the period spanning his time auditing Messiaen's classes to his composition of Nomus Alpha, perhaps sieve theory is best understood when viewed through the lens of his personal speculations on 12-tone music. The sieve is the elevation, the materiality and the substance of containment and enclosure, the physicality of the architecture of the vessel, the votives of desires. An arborescence is a directed graph. There are a number of synonyms for arborescence in graph theory, including directed rooted tree and branching being used to denote the same concept. Arguably, this suggests a singular directed choreography of spatial occupation or a multiplicity of possibilities in interpretation and improvisation as architectures are occupied and explored. Superficiality has increasingly become an apt description for the thinness of architecture in its meanings, in its construction, and in its often false transparencies. The glazed enclosures are in fact thickened with the anamorphic attenuation of the passage of time and provide barriers of impenetrable physical access, limited to the illusory or perhaps delusory promises of uninterrupted visuality. Materiality has thickness and depth. Space can be both confined and expansive. Architecture is not simply about its surface and cladding, nor the immediacy of apprehension of its object form, and most certainly not limited to the qualities of its appearance and image. Performity, a short quote from The Space Between Notes, an earlier text inspired by Xenakis. The space of containment is determined by issues of performity, not by conventional wisdom of building science and structure or modes of enclosure and climatic control. Materials are to be selected for visual, oral, and tactile acuity with the precision and clarity of an instrument maker, seeking to find the voice within a piece of wood, carefully selected for its weight, its color, and its feel. Performity speaks not only to the capacity of a space to engage in performance, but rather more particularly to space as an active participant in both the production and engagement of its use. It is not limited to sound. The abstracted difference of particularized language tends to separate rather than integrate the disciplines. The term seeks not to confine itself to the idea of space as an instrument. Performity is intended to address architectural space beyond its material physicality and to embrace its emotive character. Architecture and music share so many terms in their descriptive criticality: color, chromatic, rhythm, timbre, proportion, scale, depth. The list is endless. But do we understand each other as we speak with the precision of descriptive terminology? Perhaps it is the necessity of time and movement, the choreography of the dance, that is necessary for understanding. End quote. For Xenakis, the larger architecture proposals and the few completed works evolved from engaging sight and context, both physical and cultural. For Le Corbusier, with whom Xenakis collaborated on several buildings, it might be argued that the brise soleil, the sunscreens, were an additional layer of functional ambition, if not necessity, and yet they suffer from a patterning of aesthetic conceit, as evidenced at Chandigarh. At La Tourette, Xenakis' composition is more strikingly apparent. The thickened conditions of the brise soleil are the elevation, with strategies not only of solar mitigation and modification, but balanced by the frame views from within. Le Couvent de la Tourette is rich with the multiple strategies of stochastic composition, the brise soleil, the Mondrianesque paneling of the courtyard facades, and most importantly, the mullions of the ambulatory. The elevations not only frame views, but they also choreograph movement and moments of pause. If only Xenakis had composed more than one ballet and more than one opera. And I have been privileged to attend performances of Cranach and of Oresteia. The houses, the smaller projects, built and unbuilt, are works of carving with the sculptor's creative imagination and motivation. and a surgeon's precision. Windows are optical instruments to provide unexpected framings of view and highly specific penetrations of light. At first glance, often surprising in their horizontal dimension and in their relationship of sill and head to the normalcy of conventional practice. In certain instances, there is no need for glass and glazing. The openings are about ventilation, the sea breezes, and the desert winds, affording not only the amenity of air, but without question, the subtleties and pleasures of sounds. As architects, we must carve. We must excavate. And we must draw. For in drawing, we aspire to build. The following is an excerpt from a longer text. In Japan, time is told differently. The aged gardener took a favored stone, a stone selected not for its current shape or color, selected rather for the knowledge that from within would emerge forms and figures, granular aggregate, chromatic narrative, folds, both seamed and sensual. He took them to a rocky coast. He spoke to the waves. Their rhythms welcomed his gift. Many years later, long after his own ashes had been scattered in the same surf, or was it another location? My great-granddaughter opened the carefully written scroll and journeyed to the shore, navigating the map to retrieve that stone. Its shape was perfect. Its color and its surface silently spoke of the years of conversation and immersion within the waves. She knew exactly where to place it. Only a few days later, it cast shadows in the gravel of a dry rock garden. The light retelling the geology of its origins, the craft of its making, and the memories of its stories. Knowing that others would hear their own version of those ideas as they danced with the rock and listened to the gentle sounds as they lightly touched the gravel surface. Many years ago, we wandered into a temple courtyard. Snowflakes, the delicate shapes of woodblock prints like lace mantillas draped over the stones. The ancient wooden doors creaked. Young girls in white robes with twig brooms swept the snow. For a brief moment, the dampness of memory and its patterns adorned the surface. That evening over tea, in the crackled glaze of my cup, I read and I listened to the patterns." End quote. The poetry of glass is in its uncertainty. It is neither gas, nor liquid, nor solid. It is an anarchy of molecules constantly evolving, seeking a state of equilibrium. So too are music and architecture, never conditions of stasis, often conditions of prolonged pause, a relational aesthetic of points of interest and concern, points imbued with attributes in a state of oscillation, points in the cloud of an infinite universe of possibilities. Pythagorean rather than Platonic or Euclidean in their resolution. Standing in Borromini's San Carlino di Quattrofontana, Roma, the sensuous folds of a continuous surface, a thickened topology, folds that are generated by the sounds of angels' wings, angels never seen but heard, angels imagined, a return to the myths and thoughts of ancient times, to a time of ancient Greece, to the sites of Xenakis. Architecture and music are experiences of time, time experienced in the engagement of form, form perceived and encountered as physical substance, and space as the bounded or suggested containment of the vessel. It is through the openings, the doors and the windows, the portals that provide for occupancy, tenancy, and use. Time is not simply durational, as measured by a variety of clocks and instruments. In the narrative of retelling, historical time is subject to interpretation. Mimetic time is the most cogent measure, or is it? Topological time that best describes the varieties of experience as a continuity. The drums are playing. We are dancing. Architecture continues to evolve and erode in its permanence and in its temporality. Listen. Listen intently to substance and materiality. Listen. Listen intently, for in listening we discover and we find meaning in the space and in the place of architecture, an architecture of alchemy.
Thank you so much for your presentation, or better to say, for your poem with your beautiful image of film. Did you create this film for this opportunity of your presentation, Mr. David Lieberman?
The film is a combination of a couple of things. The drawing is one of a series of about 100 sketches that I did while isolated in my studio for 2 years in Toronto, trying to understand space through drawing with sound and light. In fact, they're sculptural drawings. And in the end, the whole series served as choreographic notation, for the excerpt of the dancers is from a lecture I gave in Vienna in last June. It's a much, much longer piece. The dancers responded to my voice and to the music. And strangely enough, the performance was done in a restored 19th century anatomy theater. And I could not help but take advantage of, in fact, the autopsy or examination table, and they're with the two dancers beneath the sheets. But I think they very effectively push that notion of how is it we define space, how is it we understand space, and what are the opportunities? All questions I believe Xenakis continued to ask in his music as well as his architecture. And certainly, in a much longer piece, light would have become even more of an issue. But, you only gave me 20 minutes.
Thank you so much. I see. Anyway, I really like your subtlety of images transition. Is there any question or comments from the audience on the presentation? We have still 4 minutes left. Or maybe I can pose a question from my part, Professor Lieberman. Could you, you have already answered maybe, but I pose a question. Could you explain once more your interest on space between the note?
Okay.
Because almost all of us are musicians or researchers of musical domains. I want to listen again to your point of view as architect on the interest of the music of Xenakis.
Okay. In defining the space between notes, I would refer back to languages such as original Hebrew text or ancient Greek, in which there were no vowels. There were only consonants, and the vowel sounds, which were a later addition, were that which gave a much richer impressions, but it only occurred in the spoken word. And I think that's really very, very important. I would look to the same thing in an architecture where conventionally it is defined by physical surfaces of resistance, and the necessity of reflecting light or resisting light and sound. I'm much more interested in this aspect of the point at which you can no longer hear, where the sound bleeds to inaudible, but in fact you can still feel and sense, i.e. oral tactility, or the same is true with light, at that question of the blur of the boundary of a condition that we can't quite apprehend and understand. And so we move from that question of pause, if ever so slowly, to engage what might be the changing nature of spatial containment. Does that answer your question?
On this point or on another point, is there any question or comments from the audience? No? We have 1 minute.
Well, then I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues in Japan, who someday I hope to meet in person. And it's been a very long, this is the 3rd session I've attended. I was in both Rouen and New York. I'm not sure I can stay awake for Athens and Mexico, but we must all thank the wonderful Sharon Kanak for putting together this. And again, Mikako, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you, David, or thank you, David.
David, maybe.
David, maybe. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much
for your presentation. So now the next presenter is Professor Kiyoshi Furukawa, Professor Haruyuki Fuji, and Dr. Takayuki Hamano. Their title is Architecture, Dreams, Music. Go ahead, please.
we would like to talk about our project Architecture Dreams Music. This is one attempt to connect architecture and music, just as Xenakis did more than 70 years ago. We are very honored to have this opportunity in the centennial year of Xenakis' birth. Today, the three of us who collaborated on this project will speak in turn. First, Furukawa will talk about the project as a whole. Then I will talk about the project from the perspective of music as a composer. Followed by media architect Hamano will talk from the perspective of computer science, and architect Fuji from the perspective of architecture. And finally, we would like you to listen to our latest work of this project. Music based on Shruta House. First of all, Furukawa will give an overview of this project. Our project is also about architecture and music, but in a slightly different way than Xenakis' project. In 2018, we formed a research unit composer, architect, media architect and started the project Architecture Dreams Music. Since then, we have created several audiovisual compositions/installations for this project. This project aims to explore the method of linking architecture and music on the levels of its structure and cognition by utilizing the multi-level perspectives of cognition, encompassing human experience and cognition on the two subjects. In the figure above, the one showing the architecture and the musical score. The music reflects not only the architectural elements like the walls, floors, and windows but also the perspective of the person viewing and experiencing it from what angle and at what distance he or she is looking at the architecture. Throughout experiments with visual and auditory sensory using a computer program that automatically generates architectural space and music simultaneously. We are concretely collecting data and expressing it as artworks based on the hypothesis that architecture and music share a common foundation in their deep structure at the level of perceptual cognition and the perception of aesthetic order. Now, I would like to explain the characteristics of architectural and musical experiences from the composer's point of view. After the explanation, you will listen to a fragment of an actual work that was created with these characteristics in mind. First, the experience of music. In the case of music, there is an ordering structure to the sound events that occur on a time axis and they are stored, hierarchical, and spatialized. Therefore, the form of music is limited. In architectural experience, there is grouping and hierarchical cognition, but there is no sequential structure. The content of the experience can vary greatly depending on the intention of the experience by each person. Architecture also has the constraint of gravity, which is not present in music. I will leave the actual method of mapping the architectural and musical experiences to Mr. Hamano later. Now I would like you to actually view the three processes, along with my intentions. In this section, I will explain about the creative process of the project. I am Takayuki Hamano, and I'm in charge of the development of the creation system. In order to explore the relationship between architecture and music, we thought of experimenting with a constructive approach through creative work. In our methodology, we assume a correspondence relationship between elements related to both architecture and music, generate a work based on that rule with a computer system, and observe what kind of experience can be obtained by viewing the work. For instance, in architecture, there is a structure made of basic elements such as columns, floors, and walls, and then there is a spatial structure and environment at a meta level. The architectural experience is performed through visual perception and the updating of cognition through interaction with the body and the space. Music, on the other hand, has components such as timbre, pitch, rhythm, and harmony, and a temporal structure consists of these elements. The experience of music is auditory-centered, and always referring to the memory of the perceived sound. Through this creative experimentation, we will explore how the two expressions differ in their components, modalities to effect, and ways of experiencing them, can be related. We examined an experiment cycle centered on the creation and developed a creation system to support it. The following were established as requirements for the creation system. The system should have the functionality to describe the elements symbolically involved in the expression of both music and architecture. The system should be able to automatically generate expressions from the described symbols. By implementing these as a system, we are able to create movies of architectural images and music based on the correspondence rules between music and architecture that we have decided through discussions. At the moment, we are only generating in the direction of music from architecture, but we are aiming to be able to generate each other eventually. Let's take a look at each process of the creative experiment. It consists of the 4 processes. The first process is a symbolic description of the architectural process and spatial experience. This is achieved by an application called Gestalt Editor, specially developed for this project. Unlike General CAD, it allows you to describe the relationship between architectural elements, the assembly procedure, and the grouping structure as the underlying design intention. It can also describe how the structured space is experienced, the viewpoint and the order of the sequence. The second process is to rule out the structural correspondence between architecture and music. This process defines how the architectural generative processes and experiential structures described in the first process correspond to musical structures. As a concrete example, at the micro level, we map categories of architectural components such as columns and walls to timbres of musical instruments and pitch classes. In addition, the volume of the space corresponds to the volume, and the vertical position corresponds to the overtone. On the other hand, at the macro level, the distance from the point of view of each spatial group corresponds to the temporal placement in the song. This allows the pieces to be played in an order that is similar to the actual cognitive process, from closest to farthest to the point of view. The third process is the generation of the material for the work. Based on the rules determined in the aforementioned process, it generates image and music data as representations. For architectural spaces, models are built and rendered on the 3D graphics software Blender. For music, score information is calculated based on the rules of Process 2, and a playable standard MIDI file and score image are generated. All of these generation processes are fully automated. The final step is the performance process. It plays the sequence of images for each architectural space and performs music along with it. In this way, you will be able to experience the process of building architecture and the compositional intention behind it as sound. As explained in this section, we regard the creation support system as an effective tool for the constructive approach. We are seeking the commonalities and differences in architectural space and music. We assume that they are found in the relationships among the physical structure of architectural space, that of music, the experience of architectural space, that of music, the principles of architectural space composition, and that of music composition. Architectural spaces and their relationships emerge from the voids produced by the physical structure of a building. The physical structure of a building is determined by the four factors that have mutual relationships with one another. The factors are the materials to be used to make the building, the form to be embodied by the materials, the purpose of the building, and the technology with which the building is made. The spatial organization of a building is determined by the form that reflects the purpose, referring to how the building is experienced, and the principle of constructing the form related to the purpose. Edith Farnsworth House, built in Illinois, USA, in 1951, designed by Mies van der Rohe, is famous for its simple form. In this simple architecture, we can see how spaces are articulated and organized by the building elements. For example, the glass windows differentiate the inside space from the outside space and enclose the inside. The core in the inside space differentiates and characterizes the four interior spaces around it. The following piece is created to experience the correspondence between the process in which spaces are differentiated and characterized by the building element and the process in which music is generated based on the spatial organization, as well as the principle of composing music. We wish you enjoy the experience. At the end of our presentation today we will play music based on Shruta House that we created last December. It is about 15 minutes long.
Thank you so much. It was the attempt of linking architecture and music on the levels of its structure and cognition on multi-level perspectives as grouping, abstraction, hierarchy, order structure, arbitrary, gravity, etc. It was very interesting. Is there any questions or some comments from the audience? No? Okay.
Mr. Zanos?
Yes, please.
Thank you. How did you choose the instruments for the presentation?
Yes, this is one of the questions which Professor Kiyoshi Furukawa can answer. It's the mapping between the architectural element and the musical instruments are decided arbitrarily on the basis of intuition of Kiyoshi Furukawa.
Okay. I would like to know more if he's here of what maybe just arbitrary, maybe he had some ideas that guided him.
Yes, yeah.
Actually, Professor Furukawa, can you speak by your iPhone or not? Is it difficult? Oh, okay. So thank you. Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there another question or comments from the audience? We have, yes, please, Dr. Lieberman, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Have you looked at the possibility of, rather than starting with an existing architectural icon, but allowing, in fact, the music to compose the architecture. Because I think that really, there seems to be, and I don't say this as a criticism, but the immediacy of a one-to-one relationship between the different disciplines. And to my mind, what is raised by the experiment, and I would go to your third word, dreams, is in fact the experience of both rather than the physicality or immediately perceived quality of both.
Yes, we are trying to find the correspondence between some levels of elements or relationship between architecture and music. And we are not looking for the direct correspondence between the physical elements of architecture building and the physical features of music. And as you say, it's very difficult to find straightforward mapping between those different structures. However, in our intuition, we have kind of feeling, common feeling. For example, this building is high, or this stone is high, something like that. So we assume that there are some kind of common structure to appreciate the different presentations, different presentational structures, which is not known yet. So we are trying to find some.
Thank you so much. Is there any other question? Okay. Question from my part. I saw and listened many times some repetitive figures of musical notes, which corresponds with the visual image of window frame pattern or some sticks pattern like that. So that relation is very clear for me to cognify. So my question is, how did you recognize the notion of gravity, for example, gravity on music and architecture? Could you explain again how it was constructed to linking on its field with the cognitive levels?
It's a very good and difficult question to answer. The gravity is felt by our body, so it's difficult to feel the gravity in a CG computer graphic representation of architecture. But at least we are standing on the floor with our head above and our leg below. And also we can feel the frequency of the sounds. Maybe it's my personal feeling. Maybe a low frequency is corresponding to the lower level, which reminds us of gravity, which pulls us downwards. It's very, very strange answer.
Oh, thank you so much. I wanted to listen your answer. I can imagine the gravity of architecture. For example, the gravity of materials, weight itself, or like that. And as a musician, I I imagine the gravity on music, the functionality of tonality or processes merged by system of harmony, etc. I can immediately imagine them, but I can hardly imagine how we can connect their notion in the domain of architecture. But
yes. Yeah, gravity itself is hard to be represented, but we can use such kind of correspondence which you mentioned. The usage of light material like glass or aluminum, and also the motif which can be felt light. And so stones are kind of heavy material, and also maybe lower sounds from piano or timpani could be corresponding to that. But this kind of thing is kind of straightforward. So we need to find the mechanism which shows such kind of correspondence.
Thank you so much, Professor Fuji. Now, Professor Mikako Mizuno, please give us some comments as conclusion of Japan leg. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for all. And we have only 1 minute because 1 minute. In 1 minute, YouTube stream will be stopped. Will stop, but we continue Zoom. So in this Zoom room, we can discuss maybe 30 minutes. So just now, the YouTube stream will stop.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Fuji. And thank you for everybody. Thank you for everybody for cooperation for